of our planning retreat to order. Thank you everyone who presented yesterday. We're excited for another day. Fun plans for the town of Huntersville. We have big plans. It's kind of a short schedule, but feel free to ask as many questions as you want.
Okay.
All right.
You ready to get going?
Yeah.
Just real quick, case I know we're going to be probably, we're going to try to get out of here and finish everything before lunch. And lunch, Catherine's at 12?
Yes.
We may be able to speed it up by a few minutes, I don't know. But plan is if you want to stay, eat lunch, and then we're getting out of here right after that. But there'll be time to check out. Catherine's going to check to make sure. She doesn't know this yet, but I'm sure she already has done it. I think if you're up here, you can check out here.
Yes.
They said we could, but we'll double verify before then. That way you just check out here and go get your stuff in the car. That way you can roll as soon as you finish eating. But we will cram in what we can today. I think we'll get all of them. Maybe, I'll just pick on one real quick. 4-year staggered term. I don't know that we'll solve that here today. That's on the list because I'm sure Emily has a presentation on that. We've done that before. We just want to we don't want to spend all day here. If y'all have tons of questions on that, we could set up a pre-meeting on that if we needed to. But we're prepared to talk about that. That may be one that may take a little bit longer. But other than that, let me just, before I forget, because everybody's going to be running around, all the department heads in this room and the ones that were here yesterday and really the people behind the scenes that work for them, made all this happen. I know they put it together, they're making a presentation, but I'm sure they had people underneath them help them, just like I didn't do any of this, all these people did. So again, thanks to them, thanks to Catherine for putting all this together.
Yep.
Larry for getting the IT together and all that. But again, in case I forget, thanks to everybody and Mayor and Board for letting us come up here and do this. All right, take it away.
All right, let's go. Good morning, everybody. And like Anthony said, thanks to my staff who's back in Huntersville working hard and making all this happen. I'm just the ringleader. That's it. They do all the hard work, and they're a lot smarter than I am. That's for sure. All right, all right, here we go. Population. Jackie, that's one of Jackie's favorite things we talk about every June, and I think we did a pretty good job guessing where we were going to be last year. Last year we had an estimate of 69,521 for our total, and we were just right now we're at, as you can see, we're at just a little bit over 70, so we're pretty good guess. Inside the corporate limits, our estimate last year was 66,308. Actual came in at 66,955. So I think we did a pretty good job doing our math last year. And this year it looks like we're going to shoot for just under 70. So we're at 69,061. That's where we're going to estimate that we are going to be inside our corporate limits come June. So let's see how we did this year. State-wise, still sitting strong at number 16. Interesting that Jacksonville actually dipped down from 14 to 15. I think there was some movement over at the military base over there. But we're just behind Apex. When we look at our city compared to other cities that are growing, Apex is pretty much our sister city. So we keep tracking along the same as them. It's pretty good growth. Permits. A little bit of a dip last year, but nothing, what I would say would be alarming or out of the ordinary. We did have that bumper crop of apartments, as everybody knows, coming in. Those take about 18 to 24 months to work through the system, so we're probably mid-cycle on a lot of those. Some of the early adopters from like Solis up near Birkdale, those types of projects are coming online. Of course, next door with the North State project, all those buildings are starting to get leased up as folks move in. So I would say we're right along where we should be. Looking at national trends and regional trends, a little bit of dip, as we all know, but nothing to be alarmed about. Talked to some developers over the last couple months, especially in the single-family realm. They see a good, strong market for the next couple years as lots come available, houses go on. We don't have lots sitting there for months waiting for homes to be built on them. They're pretty much, as that lot gets ready, the home gets built, gets sold, gets CO'd, and then we move on. We get new residents. So as you can see, we had another just under 500 multifamily units approved last year and 380 single family. So good, strong trend. Again, as I just talked about, as those things get constructed and come online, that's when we issue the COs. COs can range from anywhere from 4 months for a single family home. It's pretty quick as you can build one, and about 18 to 24 months for those multifamily ones. How do we look in the commercial realm and industrial realm? We got a lot of new construction. We did drop down a little bit, but in 2024, we had a huge growth. Town hall got built. Lots of industrial flex spaces got built, and a lot of those are still under construction and are now coming to CO this year. So did not surprise me at all that this dropped down to where it was. We just had a massive bumper crop in 23 and 24 for those construction numbers. Some of the big projects that got permitted this year was the Suncap flex space over on Mount Holly Huntersville Road, Lake Norman Charter Schools over off of McElwain, the Solis apartment that's over towards Publix on Highway 73. Vermilion Village, as you know, that's getting ready to start coming online sometime first quarter, early summer, and then a large remodel over at Honda. And then here's our town limits. Grew a little bit last year, about 70 acres. We did 2 annexations last year. We got 3 upcoming. We got 2 on Tuesday night and then 1 more the following month. So we keep growing slowly and steadily.
Are annexations automatic?
No, those are totally voluntary. So when folks come on in, they want police, fire service, trash. So it's advantageous for them to come into the town so they can receive those services. If they, for some reason, someone wanted to stay out in the ETJ, that's fine. A big thing is if you were to build a subdivision and didn't do that, those roads would be need to be accepted by the DOT, and they're not exactly keen to take a lot of residential roads. So most residential developers want those roads turned over to the town for Kevin to maintain, and then they want those services that we provide.
What about the Long Creek project? Remember we did that one on Batesford Road, they wanted to be annexed if they approve, if we approve the project. That's the John and Katie.
Yes.
The Turtles.
Yep, they would need to voluntarily annex to do that if they wanted to come in. I know they're in the middle of their permitting right now. They've kind of paused. But if they were to continue forward and they wanted to voluntarily annex, we'd be more than happy to run them through that process.
Good, thanks.
Yep, sure. And rezonings, here's our update, the updated rezoning map. Francis and our GIS staff do a great job keeping this updated. Every Wednesday morning, if you guys approve a rezoning, the next morning they update the map. We do publish the physical maps once a quarter. If you guys do want hard copies of these maps, let me know. We'll get those to you on Tuesday night. If not, everything is live on the internet. Word of wisdom here, sometimes Polaris at the county lags a little bit by a few months. So if you want to get the up-to-date zoning, check out our website. That's taken care of and it's live and updated the next morning. So it's pretty seamless on our end. Here's our zoning statistics. As you can see, we're still primarily residential. About 80% of our land is zoned residential. That's been a pretty steady trend since 1996. We do have some small categories that change back and forth, but nothing I would say substantial. The largest one was back at about 03, 04 when we took about 1,000 acres that were zoned neighborhood residential and zoned those for corporate business. And that's where you're seeing that stuff come to fruition today. So where Southwire is, we've rezoned about 300 acres over there for the town's business park. Also down towards Mount Holly Huntersville and towards North Lake Mall, there were 2 other rezonings down there that were about 300 acres each, and that's where you're starting to see those flex spaces and stuff. So again, that was in 2004. Stuff's getting built in 2025. So again, planning is measured in decades. We will quote Jack Semino forever on that one, but really that's the reality of it. It takes that long to get stuff done. Some highlights of projects that were rezoned this year. The Station South project that was just done a couple weeks ago, the TOD up on 73 and 115, and another good project that's going to come online hopefully later this year, the Mission Stumptown project right there at 21 in Stumptown. Approved development map, we're always adding subdivisions. Again, for our newer board members, a couple years ago, if the board saw wise that if a subdivision met all of our rules, that staff could administratively approve a major subdivision. We've got a couple of those that came online this year, nothing large, but the larger ones that you guys see that need exceptions to the rules and those types of things, those come in via rezoning. You guys get the L approve or disapprove those projects. So again, we had a couple of those get done, but nothing crazy. Here's what we have in the pipeline currently. We have 37 subdivisions or different projects under construction physically. The biggest one, as we all attended a couple weeks ago, was the groundbreaking for Town 1. They're hot and heavy. They're looking to go. I know the townhome builder wants to go vertical as soon as they can this spring to get some of those units online for the fall. So we're helping them get through that process. But again, you can see large list of projects that are under construction. We got about 17 ones that are planned. Some of those that are, I know we're probably going to come up starting this year. Alex Yards down near Charlotte is going to move forward. We got the Views of Brighton that's over towards Everett Keith Road. They're getting ready to go. We're hoping to work with one of the local developers to get the 2nd Street and 1st Street projects up and running this year, get some more folks living downtown, which would be exciting. And then we anticipate there's a large subdivision over on the Westmoreland Farm on 73. We anticipate them breaking ground sometime, late spring, early summer, if things stay on track. Currently in our inventory, we got about 1,600 single-family units approved that are unbuilt, about 370 townhomes, give or take, and there is that 4,000 number for multifamily, and I know that can be alarming to a lot of people, but there's about 1,000 units in there that sit in Brighton, but the way Brighton was developed and approved back in 2006, it anticipated the train coming online back then. As we know, it's still going to be a couple years out before the train gets up and running, so instead of sitting on that land, that developer decided to move forward. So they'll have about 1,000, what we call ghost units sitting there that are probably never going to come to fruition until maybe that train comes in and they decide they want to redevelop one of those projects. They want to take something and go more vertical. Then they can draw down on those units. So you're going to have that 1,000 buffer in there. So if you really want to look at real market rate, take 1,000 off and kind of sit it in your back pocket just in case one day that might happen down at Brighton. So there's about 3,000 in the kitty for that. Any questions as to construction before we move on to plans and studies? I see a lot of
Brian,
no's so
if,
far.
The board had concerns about multifamily and they wanted to, I don't know, possibly slow that.
Sure.
How would they go about doing that?
I'm going to say this. I would be hard pressed to find a scenario where a by right multifamily project can happen outside of Brighton right now. So you guys have the ultimate authority to say yes or no on multifamily projects via the rezoning process. You will hear staff speak on both sides of the fence on this one, and it's not to be, let me say it this way. There are places where it's appropriate, and there's places where it's inappropriate. So you will see staff support some projects, and a similar project in a different location, we will not support it. You looked on paper, these are like exactly the same project. But depending on where they are located in town, staff is gonna say, yes, it's appropriate, or no, it's not appropriate. And again, it's up to you guys to make those decisions. We have a great opportunity to push for affordable housing in these opportunities, high level of design, amazing urban open spaces. I know we pushed some developers to the brink last time and they almost walked away, but we got good looking apartments, good-looking multifamily units integrated with some vertical integration with commercial, upped all of the urban open spaces in those that were, Hunter's is a great place to be, but you know what? We're here, let's push them, let's get the best for our citizens and our residents, and that's what we're doing right now. Any other questions on multifamily?
Yeah, well, I do think that, like, I'm just gonna put this to the board, so something to think about is that as we have, 4,000, we'll say 3,000 units of multifamily online, like, we're not hurting for multifamily.
Agreed,
So is it necessary to approve every multifamily that comes, even unless they're a sparkly unicorn? Probably not, right? It's
can't argue with that.
something to think about.
Can I use that in my next staff report, sparkly unicorn?
Sparkly unicorn,
Okay,
yeah.
we'll do that. All right, great.
That's my fancy way of, when you say excellence of design.
Absolutely.
Sparkly
And again,
unicorn.
it's okay to say no. We're in a great place. I tell everybody, our community, we're in a lot of communities that I deal with, some of my peers around the country, they're envious of what we're doing here. They're envious of what we have. They're recruiting undesirable industrial things to do their economic development. And we're kind of sitting in the catbird seat. It's okay to say no.
Yeah.
Unless it's a great project and the perfect fit, that's your guys' prerogative. All right?
Well, there,
Right.
I will just jump in. We do have to have a reason to say no,
Correct.
so we have to tie that to something with our, for example, when you make the motions, we always talk about a reasonableness statement and a consistency statement. So if it's not consistent, for example, with our community plans, that is one reason why you could put in your motion that you are saying no, but it can't be, I don't like the color, that they're proposing, or I don't like something about it has to be a legitimate reason as to why you are saying no. So just keep that in mind when we are crafting the motions for denial if you do decide to deny a project.
Yeah, it can't be arbitrary, it has to
Yes,
be.
it
Correct.
cannot be arbitrary and capricious.
Yeah.
That is
We may
correct.
need to add a unicorn statement in
And
there.
it
There
may
you
I haven't seen one yet, so none of them.
sparkly unicorns.
Sparkly unicorns, absolutely, not sparkly enough, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Great. All right, let's move on to plans and studies. We're making a big distinction this year in the planning department about plans and studies. So one thing I asked staff to be very clear about how we go about these projects is that studies are to gain knowledge and get information. So that's the reason we do studies. Plans are what we're gonna call executable things. Well, we'll get these, at the end, we'll have that list of top 10 things that we gotta go build, we gotta go do, we gotta go change. And those things are what we're gonna start working with Stephen and everybody else and putting those in the CIP moving forward. So studies are gonna grab knowledge, plans, executable. So we have our community plan, which is our giant executable. And every year we go back and kind of recap of what we've done for the short, long, and short range, mid range, and long range. And as this was approved back in 2020 and here in 25, we've gotten a lot of things done as part of the community plan. Again, Huntersville's game plan, keep our major infrastructure and density towards that I-77, 21, 115 corridors. As you can see, we've got the 6 major mixed-use nodes and activity centers, and then along Beatty's Ford and out east, we've got some smaller, more regional ones where you can get your groceries or some local day-to-day services in those types of areas. And as you spread away from the interstate, densities, go down towards the outside. Again, that helps prevent sprawl, helps us support our residents with good services, helps with response times and those types of things. So you really don't get spread too thin. We've done a pretty good job executing that so far. Some highlights of our 2040 action plan this year. Of course, you guys know we recently approved the Pottstown plan. We'll get more into that in a little bit. One great highlight that happened this year is we updated our design guidebook. Brad Priest took that project on, did a fantastic job with our consultant, and actually won an award. So I know Pam's put some social media out on that, but that's awesome for us to be recognized for the hard work and efforts that we've got for our community. And I've got a lot of good feedback from developers when we've handed them that design guideline that's helped them understand taking what we have in our code and what does it look like in reality. It's got great pictures, it's got good pictures, good concepts for them to go ahead and take a look at, because they might think an urban open space looks like this, and we're not quite on the same page about that. Here's some other ideas, here's some things that have worked in town, here's things we've seen around the country. Take a look at this, and again, that helps us raise that high level of design and getting good projects for the town. Some other ones to highlight on this one. Downtown 4.1, talking about government spaces. Obviously, we just had our grand opening for Town Hall, so that's a big check plus for everybody. And again, thanks to Bobby and the team for getting that done. Kudos to them. It's a great place, and I can definitely tell you from my staff's perspective, there's been an uplift in morale being moved over there, and you can just see it's a great place for everybody to work, and we're looking forward to grow over there. One thing that we did delay from last year was the downtown transportation study, and I'll talk about that more when we get to transportation planning, but we're getting ready to kick that off this summer. Heather did a great job getting this thing ready to go. Kudos to Michael and his team. I'm not going to steal his thunder, but they've gotten some greenway projects. And as part of we were putting this presentation together this morning, some of the administrative staff said, how come there's other departments listed in this 2040 plan? Isn't this the planning department's plan? No, this is the town's plan, okay? So you'll see that there is a lot of overlap. You'll see shout outs for the police department, public works engineering, administrative staff. This is the town's vision plan for 2040, and how do we get there? We're just giving the update as to what things have happened this year. And again, kudos to Michael on his projects and some of those things that they've added to this year as well. One of the highlights that I know we've talked about a little bit this year is adding a town arborist. We had some interviews over the last couple of weeks. We will be extending an offer on Monday to a candidate. So we hoping we can get that wrapped up. Looking forward to working with Laura and her team and getting all the background information and all that stuff taken care of. So that's been exciting. Again, here we go on some of the infrastructure and transportation plans. Of course, the mobility plan was adopted in April of last year. You can also look on here, we talk about working with CMS give you a quick update of where we are on our 3 major school projects. A lot of people know North Meck High School is under construction. So what they're going to do is build a new high school in the back where the football stadium was. Once that is built, they'll move all the kids and students and teachers over to the new school, get that thing up and running, and then they will go back and remove the high school that's up along the highway. And that will leave them about 18 acres that CMS can sell, redevelop, come up with some kind of plan and move forward that. So we'll be working with them to come up with a plan for that front 20 acres or so. So that's moving right along. I know there's a lot of interest in Huntersville Elementary School downtown. We've met with CMS about 2 or 3 times on the design for that project. So we're still in that design phase. Once that gets done, they can move on to permitting, and then from there, it'll take about 18 to 24 months to get that school up and running. And then the last one is the new middle school that's over on Stumptown Road. We've met with them just a handful of times on that project. That one's actually in really good shape. They came in with a good, solid design, so there's not a lot of comments from our end. So it will be interesting to see if they let those 2 go at the same time, or if they go 1 year, then wait another year. So we're rocking and rolling there. Any questions on the 2040 plan? All right. Downtown Master Plan, of course, that was approved back in April of 23. We've got a lot of things going on downtown, a lot of energy, a lot of excitement, a lot of inquiries, which is nice. This, especially since the tax referendum was approved, we've seen an uptick in folks going, what's going on downtown? What's going to happen? What can I do? How do I open a business? How do I do this? So we've definitely seen a marked increase in questions from folks reaching out about that. Some things to highlight, coordinating with CATS on their station area plan. That got put on hold until that tax was done, so we're going to start ramping up. I would anticipate more meetings with them over the next couple of years, getting land secured, designs, and those types of things to get that ready to roll for when the train happens. Again, getting ready, we'll do some more details on the downtown transportation plan that's going to kick off this summer. Text amendments about increasing the types and lot sizes and those types of things. I know Lauren did one earlier this year on part of our omnibus, changing how that's all laid out and designed in our zoning ordinance for that, as well as a private developer came back and introduced a new single-family lot type that's rear-loaded. So we're moving forward on that, so that's good to see that those things are continuing on. And then again, I keep going back to the transportation plan, which we had hoped that kicked off, but you'll see why we didn't here in just a few minutes. And then we'll move on over to some other things here. Bobby and the Public Works team and Stephen have been working on the stormwater system inventory for downtown and some light modeling for regional ponds. We anticipate that being wrapped up in this fiscal year as well. So making a lot of progress in that realm. So again, taking the downtown plan, and we're doing all the executables that we list in the back. This is just a little update as to what we're going through right now. The most recently small area plan approved is the Pottstown Community Preservation Plan. Surprisingly, we have a few things that we've already been taken care of as we started those during the process of this plan, working with community, and there are overlaps with the 2040 plan and the downtown plan as well. We're currently coordinating with the Historic Landmarks Commission to do a study on homes and to see if it's appropriate for a historic overlay. We heard that loud and clear from the community. So we will be meeting with them to talk about how that works, what it looks like, impacts, those types of things. So we'll give them some options to see what's a best fit for them, and that will be happening this year. David and Lauren are going to be working on those things. All the things in yellow are kind of getting ready to happen, have already started to happen. We'll work with them getting a community webpage set up. Again, talking about those preservation zones and community overlays. Something that would take a little bit longer, I know it was thrown out, was a land trust. That's a whole third-party entity. We could help support setting that up. But again, going to need to meet with the community, get them on board to find out what's the best tools and the best fit for them to see how they move forward. And then again, kudos to Stephen and Kevin and those guys and getting some of the safety aspects installed, the speed humps and the speed studies. I know we've got some other things coming up here in the next couple of weeks, but they've done a great job getting all that data. And I believe we got some of those installed already, correct? Yep, so they're already out there on Delwood, so great job for those guys. And again, upcoming, we've got more studies, that will be some action on Tuesday night for more traffic calming out there on Central Avenue. And again, we're involved in a lot of different things. They asked for an analysis of the truck traffic in that area. We've gotten all that data wrapped up in-house, and we'll start evaluating that data to see, you know, what can we do to make that a little bit better for the residents there as well. And then signage, I know Lauren and some of the community organizations have been working on some signage, the toppers and those types of things for the community, and we anticipate that's going to get started or wrapped up in the spring of this year. So lots of activity on a brand new plan. That's good. It's got a lot of energy. We're not going to let that energy, you know, drop down. We're going to keep the things moving forward. We know that those are great citizens and been here a long time, so we want them to feel feel good and loved from us, because it's a great thing. Any questions on any of those three plans before we move on to planning? All right. Quiet group this morning. Transportation planning. Okay, let's go down these piece by piece. You'll see why we ended up delaying the town transportation plan. We were all hot and heavy and ready to go, but kudos to Heather Maloney and our staff. That is an amazing staff member. She has brought us many opportunities that we did not have before, and we've received a lot of grant money because of her. She is a rock star. And I just want to make sure everybody knows that. She's awesome. Downtown transportation study, we were going to spend $200,000 of town money. She went out and found a grant for $160,000. So our cost drops down to 40. Bang, there you go. I mean, instant savings right there. All we had to do was delay it. We'll get started July 1. She's going to put the RFPs out in the next couple of weeks. So literally, July 1, we're off and running on this thing. We'll get committees set up and everything done ahead of time. So it'll be executable come this summer. She also received a $240,000 grant for a Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan. Year before, she did another study, got us prepped for this, and because we got that done and approved, we were eligible for this, got this done. Again, as part of this, we do not have to put the $60,000 out in cash. We will match that in kind, which means hours. So between our staff members, we have a nice database that we can track how many hours we work on that project, and those hours count towards our match for that grant. So again, $240,000. Seam Trail study, we will put some money into that one. That's the $160K, but we're going to get $40,000 from CRTPO to get that going. So we'll be working with Michael and Pam and the communication staff to get that up and running. That's a great study, so we can try to figure out where the Seam Trail goes as we continue to grow as a community. Some other ones that are coming up, there's a feasibility study for the south prong of Clark Creek Greenway Tunnel under Huntersville Concord Road, and a feasibility study that this will be new, and this is related to an upcoming rezoning that you guys will hear Tuesday night for a pedestrian tunnel under 73. We did anticipate at one point in time the pedestrians going over 73. We worked with CATS, we worked with Norfolk Southern. Probably not the greatest plan to try to get folks over top and mixing the rails together with passengers. So did a quick study with a consultant and realized due to elevations, we can go underground with a tunnel. So I think that's the idea that we're going to explore, and that's what we're going to study on this one. And again, we'll show you guys some plans Tuesday night on that as part of our presentation for the rezoning. Any questions on transportation planning? All right. General planning. Continue to encourage affordable housing options. Every time someone comes in, like the first or second question we ask, what are you guys going to do for us? You know, how are you going to help? Help in this realm. This is important to our board, and we're getting positive feedback. You saw, and we have those 60-plus units on board. Got confirmation yesterday that the Mosaic plan that was done approved on Beatty's-Ford Road a couple years ago, they are going to move forward with a smaller version of that plan. Plans are in, they are under review now, so we'll see some more units there. And then I've got a couple other developers I'm talking to about some LIHTC projects around town and opportunities for them. So we could see that 60 bump up real quick next year when we do that recap for everybody. So hopefully those things come to fruition this year. But it's great. Also going to spend some more time now that we're fully staffed in the planning department, knock on wood. I do have one who's going to leave in a couple months, but that's okay. He will be sorely missed, but we've got some staff who have interest in history and those types of things, so we're going to go ahead and spend some more time working with the HLC and get some more properties designated as historic or historic eligible, so that's exciting as well. And then again, back to I know we've applied for this in the past, and we just missed it last time, was the build grant. Heather's evaluating right now and updating those documents, and we're hoping to work with Anthony and you guys to submit this again. And if we do that, that would be get us eligible for upwards of $20 to $25 million in cash for different projects in certain areas, primarily the Pottstown area. So once we get that stuff up and running, we'll get that submitted and keep our fingers crossed that we win that grant. It would be a good one. Any questions of general planning? All right, and here we go. The $300,000 question. The Unified Development Ordinance. As we know, our ordinance was put into place back in 1996. It was cutting edge at that time. I would argue that it still is today. We have folks from all around the country looking at our ordinance. Charlotte has copied it. Cornelius and Davidson, our sister cities. At the same time, we all got together and did these form-based codes, and we've been cutting edge ever since. We've learned a lot in the last 30 years about what works and what doesn't work. So part of what I would ask is for some funds so we can update this. It's not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. What we have works. It's great. Again, people from all over the country come and study us, what we're doing, why it works, how it works, what's different about it, it is different than traditional zoning and traditional construction, but it's what makes North Mecklenburg and Huntersville special. That's why folks want to be here. So what I would propose with this is an opportunity for modernization, simplification, and clarification of what our ordinances are calling for, making it much more user-friendly to use, putting a lot more kitchen English in there, going back to some old stormwater stuff that was great concepts in '96, not really great executables today. We've got better technology. Let's put those technologies in here in a clear and concise fashion and makes it easier to use. So we will be asking for some funds to do that. We're going to work with Bobby and Jackie and Anthony to come up with some ways for some cost savings on that as well to help keep and minimize those. Very specific targeted who we will go look for. We'll get an RFP out. I know some former staff members of ours are over in different cities, and they're putting out RFPs, and a lot of them basically are asking for their ordinances to mimic ours. So that's great. That shows you what success. And I won't mention what communities, but there's some regional and some in other states now that these folks have taken these concepts too, and the people are buying in. So that will be my big ask for this year when we come to budget. But I think we've got a good opportunity to just make something that's great, even a little bit better and a lot user-friendly, and looking forward to the future. So that's it for me, and I'm here if you guys have any questions about planning.
You touched on North Neck High School.
Yes.
The other Huntersville, Stumptown, are they in the process? Or
They're in process. So neither of them have submitted for permitting yet, but we've met with them to do all the preliminary designs and those types of things. Huntersville Elementary School, we got a little bit of work to do with them. They did have a staff change on CMS, so they're under some new leadership, so we got to get those folks up to speed as to where we're at and why we do certain things a different way in Huntersville than other places. So we're looking forward to meeting with them and getting that taken care of. The school on, the middle school on Stumptown, it's pretty much going to be plug and play. They had a very successful design when they did the other middle schools and other concepts. I don't know if they use different design teams on those different things, but that one was like, they knew everything ahead of time, so they designed that school properly. Elementary school is going to be a little bit different. We know it's integrated into the community, and that's our big thing. We want their front door on the front of the street, and it's going to be open and inviting. Safe, obviously, that we all know school safety is very important, so we're not ignoring that as well, but they just need to work on some design elements on that one.
And then the car rider line that causes all the headaches for our friends on Sherwood.
Yeah. Yes. We know stacking is always a challenge. We have some unique ideas for the elementary school that we'll be involving the board and Anthony about some physical implementations of different infrastructure there to clear that up to lessen the impacts on the community. So once we get those ideas vetted out, we'll present those to everybody.
Do you know when the Stumptown one will start?
No idea. I was the last one to come in, and honest to goodness, that's probably, in my opinion, they're 6 months ahead of the elementary school. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if they were to drop the permit off tomorrow, we're going through the process. There's no significant changes. The elementary school, there's a little working we need, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you And going back to the bill grant, can you
Yes.
kind of just give a general overview of that again, just to kind of
Sure.
familiarize everybody? And also, you said that we were just kind of shy of receiving the
Mhm.
grant. Can you tell me what specifically did we miss, or how did we miss the target for the grant?
Great question. I was not in on the feedback meeting. And of course, you know, they can, I would say they gave us very frank feedback. In a nutshell, they said if we had submitted that project the year before, a lot of times that first time you go in, it's hard to get the grant. But they saw a lot of key things that you normally don't see in a first-time submittal in that submission. Then they tell you where you're lacking, you adjust those, and then you rise above the level to where, all right, depending on how funding is that year, you're on, we were on the plus side of the line last time. We believe with how they're working on making these last-minute tweaks and updating all those things, we would be on the plus side of the thumbs up, thumbs down line. So that's, depending on how much money goes into the pot, we don't know where we're gonna fall out. You can never say, yeah, it's a done deal. But we got very positive feedback being a first-time applicant last time.
And with the change in the administration, the name of the program and the focus of the program changed.
Right.
So even though that did happen, our application was still very competitive. We
Right.
made some changes, but we just didn't quite get all the way there.
Yep.
So with the name change,
Mhm.
because I know it was the raise grant initially, now it's the bill grant, did some key components change with qualification-wise for the grant?
You have anything to say on that?
I would say it's more the nuance in the wording.
Right.
Okay.
The bill language was emphasis on leveraging development investments to leverage development, which I know necessarily is not what some folks want to see happen for this in Pottstown. So
Right.
we tried to toe that line between connecting the community to downtown where we do want the investment. And I don't think as much money was given in the second round. You had a lot of people that were on the wait list. So again, we were close, but we just didn't get there. They didn't give money that second round. And so I think if we continue to look, we now have a Pottstown plan that we can reference. You can reference some of the opportunities for future development that raised up. So we've got a little bit more meat that we can put into that application.
I agree.
Thank you.
Sure.
And then you asked just the broader concept for the new commissioners. You saw a number of projects sort of in and around the Pottstown area, sidewalks, paths, some street improvements. All those were kind of going to roll into with the Church Street and all the sidewalks in Pottstown. It was going to roll into that bill grant, raise grant application. So that's what all that was for, trying to get roughly 20 to 25 million in the grant for the town's 20-30% match.
Yeah, good opportunity if we can get it.
That's,
Mr. Quarles?
with the, the red line coming in, 10 years or so. right?
Yes.
Ish, putting out there to think about, like, what do we want the town to look like when that's
Exactly.
happening?
Sure.
I think that's something we need to think about as well.
Absolutely, and a large part of that will be with the downtown transportation study. What do our streets look like? What do our infrastructure, how does that look like? How do we handle that influx of traffic? Again, if more residents live downtown, that's less people driving in to utilize that station. So how do we keep developing downtown? How do we encourage those types of things? Business, those types of things.
I assume developers will be asking, maybe not in downtown, but along there, for much taller buildings than we traditionally approve. And is that something that we want?
Correct, that's something to think about. Again, I know we did the downtown study, the downtown master plan a couple of years ago, and we settled in that 3 to 4 range. We've already had inquiries about 4, 5, 6. I explained to them they have the opportunity to come and rezone, ask for an additional story or two. There is a break-even point economically, from what I understand, is when you go to that 5th floor, then you start looking at deck parking potentially. That's when it starts becoming economically feasible. Anything below that, it's surface parking. So do you want to use your land for parking, or do you want to use your land for economic development? That's a big question we have for us. Yep.
Lots to keep in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else? We'll move on to the next group. All right. Appreciate everybody, and we're here. If you guys have any questions?
Thank you, Brian.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
He gets this, he has all the fun.
Michael J. Cox, Parks and Rec.
Hi, good morning. All right, so we just kind of finished our 30th year as a Parks Department. Hard to believe, but the department's been around since 1995. And I'd just like to start out with more of kind of what happened this last calendar year. So park visits, we had 1.9 million visits in 2025. So these are just the parks that are not, it doesn't include the school fields that we use at all the schools and the gyms and so forth. These are just standalone parks. This is the second year in a row we have 1.9 million visits. In the previous years, we've never been to 1.9. Visitors spend an average of 1 hour and 34 minutes per visit, so that totals over 3 million hours in our parks. So once again, heavily used parks, people are staying there longer, which is a great thing. Bradford Park for the 8th straight year was the most used park, 552,000 visits. And Rosedale Nature Park, which was open in 2022, has more than doubled its park attendance, but it increased from last year to 2025 by 23%, but it's doubled since the first year it opened. So a little bit of history. Believe it or not, it's been over 20 years ago. So at this meeting 20 years ago, the town board set one of their goals is to be an amateur sports destination, to bring more tourism into town. After that, in the next couple of years, some of the parks that were built, first they were built because there was a local need. Secondly, they were built to help generate tourism, such as sports tourism. And so those two parks were built 2008, 2009. In addition to those two facilities, we also host events at Huntsville Athletic Park, Huntsville Recreation Center, and a little bit at North Mac Park. We're trying over the years, as Bradford and Richard Berry were built, we're trying to make North Mac Park more of a neighborhood park, so it's not tournaments every weekend. That's more like at Bradford, just to keep that more community use and it's not overran. So those four parks had 1.7 million visits, and more than 100,000 of those visits came from more than 100 miles away. So typically, if you're driving 100 miles for a weekend event, typically you're staying the night. So once again, we feel like we're doing a great job. We are bringing a lot of tourism with these events. Those 100,000 visits, how many of those stay the night? We got some idea where they're staying. We have a little bit of idea. A lot of them are staying in Huntersville hotels. So that was one of the benefits years ago, building these parks. So when you have more facilities in one location, not only is it easy to host events, but it's also easier for the local leagues to run their programs because you got multiple fields in one location. You're not spread all over town trying to run your leagues with umpires and coaches. So there's many benefits to these facilities. Like I mentioned, firstly, we wouldn't build these unless there was a local need. But we're now actually serving two needs, local need as well as bringing tourism for local businesses. Every year we look at our waiting list. Once again, every year waiting lists are getting bigger and bigger. So last year, 99 recreation programs had a total wait list of just over 1,100 participants. And there, down that list, you kind of see it varies all over the place. I would say about 5 years ago, we just had wait lists for summer camp and that's it. But as we've grown, we built the rec center, more opportunities to offer more programs. Community's growing, word's out what we're offering great programs. Once again, summer camps are still a huge wait list, but even other programs that prior to, like preschool programs that we have now have waiting lists. And on top of that, there's programs people want us to offer, but we can't offer because then obviously we would have to increase the wait list on other programs or take away other programs. But we will talk about some of the good things coming up that will help us address a lot of these wait lists. And also, just to let you know, we do sign-ups for residents first before non-residents. So like our summer camps, I don't think there's probably any non-residents because we want to make sure we're taking care of the residents first, just to let you know that. And some impacts of some of the recent park projects. So this kind of just shows you when you approve an existing park that maybe needs a lot of help and renovation, it does change the way people feel about coming to it. So Abernathy Park, we completed major renovations there in 2024. Prior to those renovations, the average attendance at that park was about 14,000, and now it's over 20,000. So it increased by 64% just by changing the infrastructure, the amenities, a nicer, newer playground, making it safer has really impacted the amount of use that park's getting. Also, North Mac Park splash pads. That was our first splash pad we built back in 2004. It was always one of the top amenities that people requested in our park master plan. And so this past summer, there was 3,600 visitors just in that summertime when it's open. And then Holbrook Park, the impact of pickleball courts. Previously, there was 6 tennis courts, and now there's 8 pickleball and 3 tennis. Park attendance has increased by about 25%, so now Holbrook Park receives over 100,000 visits per year. Like Brian mentioned about the downtown master plan, one of the goals in downtown master, even the first one, was Huntersville to provide more events downtown. So in 2018, when Veterans Park was opened up, we really focused heavily on hosting events in downtown Huntersville. So last year, we had 30 special events, and over 30,000 people attended. This year, for the first time, we're trying to find other ways to activate your space. You got your parks, you got your trails, but what else can you do to maybe encourage people to come down to actually see what's there? Some people are like, I don't walk on greenways, but I have something to take my kids to see lights or something different, or family visiting. Introduce you to the greenway. Now you might come back to see what else is going on. And so that Winterlight Wander Trail at the downtown greenway saw 8,000 visits in the last 2 months. So that's the coldest time of the year. It gets darker early in the year, so typically your greenway usage is down. That's the most usage we've had in any 2-month period. So once again, a lot of people came from all over the place. This was our first year. Our goal is to continue adding some lights to the trail, but we've had great response on that. And then also, the top 4 busiest days in the downtown district. So if you look at the downtown district, all 4 of those days were days that we had events at Veterans Park, and those 4 days are the only days that more than 6,000 people were in the downtown district in 2025. So once again, we want to help draw people downtown, but also on top of that, there's more people living downtown. So once again, those are users of the facilities as well.
MJ, what were those events?
So Holidays in Huntersville, Hello Huntersville, Veterans Day Parade. What the 4th one was. I have to go back and see the 4th one. I know those 3 were the top 3.
Music days, I bet.
We had a couple of rentals too, so we had some rental events as well.
Yeah, Juneteenth was huge, and the
Juneteenth, that could have been another one.
and the Diwali was huge also.
Yeah, I think that one didn't reach, because I think that was one of the ones, it might have been the Juneteenth one.
Yeah.
Bless you.
So greenway usage, so some of Larry's awesome cameras, they actually count and keep data. So that's a great benefit. We're glad. So we just started using that in September. So what we did was along 3 points of the greenway, so starting out to the west, Torrance Creek Greenway, as you go under Gilead Road heading out west, there was now this is just a 4-month period between September 18th and January 18th. So think about half of those months, it gets dark early, it's cold. So once we have more data for a whole calendar year, I think these numbers are going to even grow more than just 4-month period. So on that west side, there was just over 29,000 counts. So if you walk by it once and come back, that counts you twice. If you walk one way and don't come back that way, then it counts you once. So there was 29,000 counts there. At the tunnel under 77, there was almost 32,000 counts. And then the downtown Greenway at Holbrook Park was over 24,000. So a lot of use. Now that things are more connected, more traffic, people know now they can get from one side of the interstate to the other to bike or walk. I think, I'm going to guess probably all these will have over 100,000 counts if you look at a whole calendar year. But next year we'll have all that data for you. So this is the first 4 months of data we've collected. So back in 2024, the department set a goal of planting 500 trees by 2030. So these are trees that aren't code required. These are just adding additional tree canopy. So in 2024, we planted 97 trees. Last year, we have created a great partnership. Trees Charlotte, we did our first plant. We had 179 trees planted probably in 2.5 hours. Trees Charlotte's a great organization, great volunteers, well organized, probably one of the best organized volunteer groups I've ever seen. So the value of that planting was about $40,000. Trees Charlotte paid for all of it. All we did was pre-dig the holes. They paid for all the trees. They paid for all the water and to keep them alive for the first 12 months. That went so good, we already got another tree plant for next year at Richard Berry Park. Once again, they're paying for everything. I think most of their partners don't pre-dig the holes, so I think that little extra pre-digging the holes has encouraged them to come back. So once again, I think we might hit our goal probably in the next year or two, just because of having a great partnership like Trees Charlotte, and they're, you know, originally they were doing most of their stuff in Charlotte. Now they're actually all over Mecklenburg County now. So it's been a great partnership, and definitely want to keep that going. All right, so there's two levels of plan in the Parks and Rec. So you got our comprehensive master plan, which looks out 10 years. You typically update it every 7 years or so. And then you got your park-specific master plan. So we'll talk a little bit about both of those. But this is just one of those pages from our 2030 Park Master Plan. So this was approved back in 2020. To the left, you'll see some of the key findings that were in that plan. Obviously, most of y'all probably hear this. Greenway is always the number one requested amenity. But you see a lot of these other amenities that are in here that the town has done, such as dog parks, splash pads, which we didn't have any of those a few years ago. Some of the concerns and common themes we heard is lack of parking. We've added over 300 parking spots at existing parks. A lot of those thanks to Kevin's team. So once again, we have parks that are heavily used, but we don't have enough parking, so that's helped a lot. People felt lack of parks on the west side of 7th. So we added Rosedale Park since that time. And so then the graph for amenity type, these aren't all the amenities, but these are the major amenities. So part of that master plan, we look at what we currently had, we look at what was at capacity, what was over capacity, and what our future needs are based on population estimates. The population estimate of 85,000 by 2030 kind of shows you what we currently have, what we need new by 2030, and then the next line is what we completed since 2020, just to see how we are doing. Then the next line is currently funded. So currently funded means either it's completely funded or we committed to funding it, such joint use agreements and so forth. And then future projects are some of the projects we'll talk about a little bit that are out in the future. Any questions about that? So also, in 2027, we'll probably look at updating this plan. So we're not going to ask for the update this fiscal or upcoming fiscal year, but we'll be asking the next fiscal year. Like everything in this community, everything's changing so much. People's recreation interests have changed. People are moving from different parts of the country. Nick didn't play pickleball 7 years ago, probably. Now he's playing pickleball, so he's not new, but he has new interests. So it's always changing. I could talk about pickleball, you can't. So.
I've been threatened.
All right, so we'll go through these current projects pretty quickly because you get most of these reports on what's going on. So Waymer Park Splash Pad. This is taking a little bit longer than we like. We're trying to time up and coordinate with Mecklenburg County's project at Waymer, which they're doing a lot of work out there as well. So making sure our plans and our permits and stormwork can treat what they're building. So it's kind of taking us a little longer. We are submitted for permitting now. We hope to start late spring. We're hoping to open by the summer, a month or two in the splash pad season. So once again, that is moving forward. First Responders Park. So for those who don't know, that master plan was approved last year. Now we're moving forward with the development. We did receive a state grant to help fund that project. It is between the new Lake Norman Charter Elementary School, McElwain, and Fire Station before. Chief Tottoli was kind enough to give us the 7 acres that he didn't need for the fire station to make this park. So as part of our park master plan, we also look at where future parks are needed. So this area of town was an area that we were focusing on needing a new park. Just happened to be the town had land, and Tottoli didn't need the land. So now we have a nice community park. I think this is a great interaction between a public facility, a public park, and a school interacting and using each other's resources and sharing infrastructure costs. And thanks to Kevin. Kevin will be handling the road wide improvements and the driveway. So whatever staff he needs, make sure you give it to him. He's saving us money and he's saving us money and doing it quicker. So we're excited about that. I'm glad that his team's taking that on. It's a big help. We hope to start the park actually sometime late summer. It's about a 12-month process. You'll have a splash pad, playground, pickleball courts, a shelter, some nature trails, and open lawn areas, and of course I'll have I don't want to call it a memorial, but like a dedication for first responders. North Mac Park Greenway. So we're almost finished, but now this cold weather's kind of halted us down. About 60% of the trail has been paved. Hoping to be done by end of February, but we gotta let this weather get a little better before we finish the paving out there. So kind of bogging us down. If we keep on getting cold, snowy weather, we might not make the end of February being done, but hopefully we get some clear weather and complete that. So that's a 1 mile greenway connecting behind on 73 in Hamptons and Harvest Point. It's about a mile long. And then Lake Norman Chartered joint use agreement. So this is the school I just mentioned. I just showed that's next to Fire Station number 4 and First Responders Park. This agreement. So these are some pictures, most up-to-date pictures. As part of that joint use agreement, we'll have access to their gym, which will help us a lot with those waiting lists. We talk about different sports. Then also it will have 6 lighted tennis courts. So this agreement is the 4th agreement we have with Lake Norman Charter School. So now we have 4 gyms and those 6 tennis courts as part of those agreements. Once again, addressing the growing needs for indoor court space as well as tennis courts. And this joint use agreement will begin in fall of '26. So once again, this is going to help us tremendously. Some greenway projects. I was just looking at something earlier. So the greenway projects that are funded, so they're either under construction or they're in the design. There's about $50 million with greenway projects, and the towns may be paying for 20% of that. So Mecklenburg County's paying about $30 million, and we received almost over $7 million in CRTPO grants for non-motorized projects such as greenways and tunnels. A lot going on with greenways, and once again, that's the number one requested amenity. So the park greenway is about 40% design. As you can tell, it goes to the business park. It comes off the existing Torrance Creek Greenway. It goes under McCoy and into the business park. We did a CRTPO grant for that, 1.7 million, approximately 1.5 miles. And for example, some of these greenway projects in Mecklenburg County, they have so many projects, they can't do them all, and they rank their projects. A lot of times, if there's a partner, a lot of times those projects will get jumped up ahead of time. So these next 2 are examples where the town has committed to paying for the design to get the sooner. So these next 2 probably wouldn't be happening right now if it wasn't for those partnerships. So the town has committed $1.8 million, and it's estimated that the county's construction cost is going to be about $19 million. So that just shows you we're paying like 10% of the cost. And they're currently at 50% design, still doing some real estate acquisitions. So it's just over 3 miles. Once again, this is going out to the west side of town, existing Torrance Creek Greenway, just past Vegas Ford Road. And here's the other one. We committed $1.5 million towards the design. They're estimating about $10 million for construction. They're about 30% design. This is 3 miles. So now this is going out to the east. So we're getting a long stretch of greenway going east-west now once these projects come online.
MJ, when did we do these out here? 2018, 19, somewhere there?
Yes,
2020?
19, 20, I think it's right around that time.
So just to show you, even with partnerships on these greenways, to move them up the list, it still takes a long time to get them to completion. But if we win the partnership, it'd be 30, 40 years out. So it worked out well.
Yeah, so unlike parks that can be built quickly, greenways are, I won't say like roads, but similar roads. A lot of times you got to get the property. That takes a lot of time. NC 73 pedestrian bridge, which Brian mentioned. So Heather and Tracy, I get a shout to both of them because Heather and Tracy have pretty much done all the grants for the non-motorized transportation. I mentioned the $7.4 million between this bridge and the 21 tunnel and Park Greenway, but these are some renderings of what that bridge would look like over 73. Once again, taking all that pedestrian traffic off of a wide road makes people feel a lot safer. If you've got a stroller or a young one you're walking with, you'd much rather be away from the traffic than in the traffic. So that's a $3.1 million grant. We're a partner with Mecklenburg County to pay our match. Design work is complete. Now, Stephen can correct me if I'm wrong. The last time I saw they're hoping to start construction in 27, somewhere around there. Maybe be done by 2030. So I didn't put those dates on there because I don't want to be wrong. And then the Highway 21 Greenway Tunnel. So those who use the Greenway now going from downtown to the west side of town under 77, currently got to come to the light or across the light. You got to make sure cars aren't turning left that run you over, or the cars in front of you don't turn right and run you over. So you got to have your head on a swivel. Well, this project will take you off of that road and go under the road. This is a $2.6 million CRTPO grant. NCDOT is currently securing easements. We're also looking at other routes, other options too, because right now this is taking you under the Greenway, but you got to come back up to get back to the Greenway to get the 77 tunnel. So we're looking to see what options there are to make that more direct on the west side of 21. I think once again, I think this one's looking at 2027. The easy way to say about early 2030s these will be done. And with all that being said, I always like to call this 7 Mile Greenway. So after all these years of planning and efforts with many partners, so in the next 5 years or so, you'll be able to go 7 miles from downtown Huntsville to Burkdale. You take 4 tunnels, 1 bridge. You would avoid 97,000 daily vehicle trips by these tunnels and bridges. And below are some of those daily vehicle trips. So when I talk about 77, I'm just talking about the traffic on exit ramps, because obviously you wouldn't be walking across the interstate itself. So these are actually just exit ramp counts, so 97,000. So 15, 20 years ago when we had this master plan for Greenway, I never thought this would actually happen, to be honest with you. But I think NCDOT's become more open to non-motorized transportation in a lot of their planning efforts. All right, some future projects. One of the goals we've always had is that Veterans Park's an awesome park to hold events at, but if you want like a big concert or a big name act come into town, or thousands of people to come, Veterans Park's not that big of a park. So our goal was to always have another amphitheater at a location that you can host thousands of people. Huntsville Athletic Park, that venue is much larger than Veterans Park. We have thousands of public parking spaces between our partnerships with CPC and Lakeland Charter School, so once again, it makes it a good site from parking. Also has an indoor facility nearby. If you need to get people indoors, you can do that as well. So that's something we're looking at asking for next year, is to build an amphitheater at Huntsville Athletic Park. Brian, close your eyes, but this is the only graphic I have. This is not the final layout or final school building, but for those of you who don't know, so in 1999, Huntsville entered its first joint use agreement with Charlotte Meckford Schools at Huntsville Elementary. It was the first joint use agreement CMS had done with anybody. So 27 years later, we're still using that joint use agreement. Also, that school's going to be replaced. So part of that replacement, we've been, like Brian's staff, we've been meeting with their staff on the layout, the design, what we need, what kind of space we want to have in the gym, and all that stuff. So, like Brian mentioned, our key contact who we've done a lot of these agreements with is no longer with CMS, who's been there for many years. So we're kind of working through that. But also, as part of this agreement, we also want to look at, so all of our agreements with CMS expire June 30th, 2029. So say if that happened, we'll lose three gyms, like 7 or 8 fields. We would be in big trouble. So the goal as part of this agreement with the new elementary school, the hope is that we would expand all the rest of our agreements on the same schedule, kind of like what we did with the charter school. Because we don't want 2029 to get too close and then trying to figure out, well, how are we going to do this? This is an opportunity. We got to add a new agreement to it. Let's go ahead and expand all of them. So we're kind of working through that now. So this is not adding a gym, it's just keeping what we have. And also, when the Huntsville Recreation Center was open in 2018, when we built that facility, the steel structure on the west side of the building was beefed up so you can attach to it and expand, knowing that the growth obviously is going to happen. So that's one of our goals, is to expand the rec center. Obviously, I mentioned about all the wait lists and everything we have at a lot of these programs at the facility that, in our master plan, I talked about expanding this facility. So we'd like to try to start looking at, okay, what can we fit on this site? What are the needs now compared to 2018? Have those changed? What kind of space do we want to have in there? Is it more gym space, or is it a little bit gym space, more community room space? We talk about it.
I can help you out with some ideas.
Okay.
Just,
You're not going to say the word.
I didn't say it.
So we want to start at least planning to see what what's gonna be in the facility, what we can fit there, and so we get a better idea of what the cost is. Because saying we know what the cost is, we don't even know what's in the facility. You know, is it all just one big gym area expansion, or is it maybe partly gym and maybe 2 stories with some community space? So we need to figure that out before we really get a good idea of what the cost is. And as part of that process also, we would also get community input like we do with all of our park projects. Rama Church Park, or Rama, however you want to say it. That master plan was approved last spring. This is just this is in the future years out. These are some of the park amenities. We had great public input in this process. Also working with the fire department with the location of the fire station that's moving forward. Once again, I like to say this is kind of like a Rosedale on steroids, like a Rosedale Park, but much bigger. Once again, a lot of use, not very active like from sports standpoint, but from everything else that we're hearing that people want, this park has.
Can I say something about the relationship between the parks? Most of you weren't here when we bought land for Station 4. It was probably like 2013, we built the station in 2017. The town built enough, or bought enough land, because at the time we wanted to do a training center. We wanted to hire our own firefighters, put them through training, and then, you know, they would have a place to a job to go to. Between myself, Chief Barbie, and Cornelius, and Davison, we really pushed CPCC to get involved in the whole, hey, why don't you open up a training center, and then we could use it for the North End fire departments and throughout the whole state, really. If people wanted to come here, listen to the firefighters and instructors from Charlotte or and our roundabout, you know, cities and towns, and that's why we didn't need any of that land anymore, because that was going to be our training center, or our very own, that we could train our North End departments. You know, when Michael approached me and said, "Hey, what are you going to do with this land?" I became his best friend. That was friend number 1. And then when we decided to do this, I became his best friend. And me and Michael, sorry, Vaughn, I can't include you.
Everybody wants to be firefighter.
And the same thing happened when the town management, you know, and us found this land. You know, what are we gonna do? It's too big for, obviously, for everything we needed. But, you know, here comes the park again, so good relationship.
So Brian Richards, the CPCC expansion where their fire training center has been approved, have they approached you yet about the plans? Do we have a date on when that might happen?
Do not have a date, but we're working through those reviews now.
Yeah, I do remember Chief Totola when he was talking about he was looking for a fire station, but he can't find land as small as he needs. I was like, well, our master plan shows a need for a park. Large parcel came available. He didn't need 25 acres. So once again, you know, working together, knowing what everybody's needs are is always beneficial. So one of the long-time goals we had is Holbrook Park expansion. I mentioned our 2030 Park Master Plan. So if you look at, I think it'd be hard, you know, if you live in New York City, I doubt anybody in New York City says, I wish Central Park wasn't so big. I wish it would have been smaller. That's kind of, well, also this is a lot smaller, but Hunter's a little smaller. So the idea is that Holbrook Park's our Central Park. How's there a way to expand that more from a passive standpoint? Obviously, more residents coming downtown, greenways being connected. The goal's always been to expand that if opportunities present itself. So more of like a raised canopy walk, gardens, overlook areas, shelters, natural play areas, exercise stations. So more passive, keeping the tree canopy in the core of your downtown. Once again, you have one chance to do it. Here's some photos. The one on top left, that is a photo from, I think that's the City of Atlanta's Botanical Gardens. So once again, it's a raised canopy walk, gives you an idea what the trees that you see next to Holbrook Park. This will be a raised canopy walk that goes around it. Let me tell you this. So the green line is the current greenway. It's probably hard to see, but the purple line, I think it's, oh, you can't see that. The purple line on the outside there would be where the future canopy walk's envisioned to be. So once again, it's going through the canopy, have overlook areas. Below it could be more passive trails, maybe some flower and gardens below it. Once again, just to having a signature downtown park that, like I said, this would only be maybe 16 acres. Holbrook's about 8 acres. But once again, right in the middle of the core of your downtown would be really cool. There might be opportunities, maybe some of these properties are developed, maybe the back end of the properties, the canopy walk could come through it. I know there's been some talk with some local developers about that as well. So just want to keep that on the radar. Obviously, the one parcel the town purchased recently, but that's a vision we had. You know, without a vision, there's no reality. So that's our vision.
So the purple line is,
Yeah, the purple line will represent the canopy walk through the trees. So to the
Got it.
left, you see that canopy walk going through the
Yeah.
woods? That purple line kind of represents what that would look like.
okay, and 760's just below this, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
760 is at the bottom, yeah.
And we'd enter from the street as well?
What's that?
We could also enter from 115?
Yes, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, because if you go down 115, a lot of that property drops off, so the idea is that you would have a raised elevated walk coming right off of 115 connected to it.
And we own that property there. Now, obviously, we own all this. We have, use agreements for all the parking and stuff back here. Obviously, we own this and the cash is here too, so. There may be an opportunity, like MJ said. There has been some talk of developing these properties, but maybe not that one, but the ones up here. Who knows where that'll go. May come back to us, it may not, but eventually it will develop. So we'll see.
And we, so
I've
Holbrook,
always dreamed of Central Park in Huntsville.
that's right.
That's the first time I heard that one, but it sounds good.
Yeah, so Holbrook Park, actually, there was some LWCF funding 25, 30 years ago. That does help for more grants. If you have a park that's LWCF funded, to expand that does help your chance of getting grant money. So you might have looked at the 2030 plan of all the needs for baseball fields, softball fields, soccer fields, or where are those going to happen. Most of our parkland is pretty much built out, except for Bradford Park. So this will be our one opportunity right currently that we could actually expand and add more outdoor sports. So this master plan does need to be updated. It was done in 2004, so it's 22 years old. So a lot of the amenities and needs of the community has changed. So we're working Mecklenburg County and Davidson on looking updating this plan to see what needs to change. One thing that this master plan doesn't show is the land the county purchased that backs up the Rama Church Road. So where you see master plan, that's all county land now. So over the years, because of the traffic on 73, the goal has always been to add an access road off of Rama Church Road, because a lot of the traffic during the week is coming from Huntersville. Also, when 73 is expanded, you won't be able to take a left out of Bradford Park to go back to Huntersville. You have to take a right, do U-turn and come back. So as part of that future development, we also want to really make a priority of getting that driveway off onto Rama Church Road. I think that helps with fire response or EMS response or any kind of response to get the traffic off of 73. So the dark green to the right is what's actually at the park, the 5 softball fields, 3 soccer fields, shelters, disc golf course, and so forth. And then the future is more in the shaded area where the soccer field, baseball field, tennis courts, shelters. Now you see a location for a rec center. Also, the county built the Northern Regional Rec Center not too far there. So more than likely, you won't see a rec center built at this park. So that's one of the changes that will probably happen as the master plan is updated. Once again, we operate the park. We lease the land from Mecklenburg County. Davidson pays us 20% operation costs. The town of Davidson gets 20% of the usage. So that's kind of how that partnership has worked since we opened the park in 2009. And I think that is it. Break. Any questions? Yep.
It doesn't seem like you guys are busy, so here's the big one. First, you have a phenomenal staff, and it was great working with Jennifer with the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. celebration. I'd like to present this to you and my colleagues. I'd like to bring in the new year in Huntersville. I have a vision to have an H dropped to bring in the new year. We can find some location and start planning it. We have about 10 months to do it. We can have a crane or something just to drop the H down. So I know I've brought it to Anthony's attention, so I can bring it to you today. Okay. So that's something I would like for us to do for bringing in 2027 in years past.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea.
Can we be done with the Swarovski crystals all over it?
Oh, you could be sitting on the H's as dropping.
Yeah, right.
Or give it to you. I want my sparkle.
Maybe it's a vine. Jackie had a good idea.
I was thinking the vine at one time. Yeah. So what we could do is we can have a planning committee just like we had with the Martin Luther King. Jackie had a great idea, so the mayor put together a team and we just make it happen.
Yeah, sounds awesome.
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you what you're doing, but
Yeah,
what you put
well,
together today.
Here we are.
Well,
Surprise,
Yeah,
surprise.
if that's something that the board wants to do, I mean, like I said, it'd be the first thing, just kind of get a group together so we can kind of assess the costs and try to nail that down and put it in the budget and make it happen.
Yep, we were in, Chris and I were in Manteo for New Year's this year, and they had a similar type thing. They did, drone fireworks and it has the band and food trucks right on the water there, so we could use something like that.
cool.
Does that, you don't have to vote on anything now, but is that something you want us to sort of, work towards? I mean, might as well, yes or no, you know, or give us some thoughts or ideas heading in that direction.
We could do it at MJ's new amphitheater there at our
That
rec
may-
center.
That may take a little while.
Yeah.
So move in that direction? All right, cool. All right, then, you got to move in that direction?
All right, sounds good.
I wanted to ask about one other thing too. Back in the fall, we talked about deed restrictions for our parks. Anthony, do you remember that conversation that we had? We all chatted about this. And so I just wanted to check in on the progress, I guess, of that. Because I think maybe it was in your court last, or I don't remember, but we had talked about getting some deed restrictions on our parks so that we can protect them. Does anybody?
So it can be sold? Is that?
Emily, you want to take a stab at, yeah, I know you did a little research on that, huh?
So I know we had chatted, and I think that you said that the county
That's right.
does something.
Yep.
One thing though that I wanted to bring up, and actually this is a great example, if you put a deed restriction on it, that does reduce flexibility, or if the town needed to use the land for something else. So like, for example, you heard about maybe we purchased the property for a park, but then actually we need it for a fire station instead. So you just want to keep things like that in mind. We typically don't restrict our own property. What we have done in the past is if someone else wants to offer up a park, or if we sell property to someone and they're going to build a park or affordable housing, for example, we would put deed restrictions in that deed, that if we conveyed it to them, if we sold it, for example, saying you cannot use this property for anything else. Like we did with Craftworks, we put a restriction for a certain amount of time. It has to be used for a brewery when we sold that property. We've put restrictions in property when we said it's going to be used for affordable housing recently. So normally when we're utilizing those tools, deed restrictions, it's if we're selling property to someone or if someone is offering up something that is going to be on property that is not town owned. That's not to say that we cannot put deed restrictions on town-owned property, but it does reduce flexibility, and it's not something that we have done in the past, just to protect the ability to change the governmental purpose if needed. For example, town hall, as you are aware, that was previously a governmental use, but now we're holding it for a potential economic development project. So if you put deed restrictions in place, just keep in mind that that can reduce flexibility for changing the use if needed. Again, I'm not saying that we should or should not do it, but we would need buy-in from the entire board. If the board does want to move in that direction, then, you know, it's something that we can add to, you know, future projects. I don't know that it would be worth trying to go back and change deeds that are already existing for park property. But, you know, if you guys wanted to start some sort of initiative where if we purchase property, we can tell the seller that sells us the property for the park to put deed restrictions in it, but usually that's not something that we've done, just to try to, you know, like I said, if we need it for something else in the future, we're able to change that use.
I think the county's policy is like, it can only develop 10% of it.
Mm-hmm.
So like, for instance, the park you were just talking about, you know, how much of that is being developed for the fire station, like
Yeah,
a
so-
percentage-wise?
Yeah, and that's certain parks, so all their parks, they don't have the 10% on it. I think it's certain types of parks, like their nature preserves and so
Nature
forth.
reserve,
They
you
do-
probably do.
But, you know, their large sports complexes, you know, they don't have that 10%. But you're right, on the nature reserves, they do reduce only 10%.
And that may be also something distinct to have the nature, the conservancy easements, things like that. Those are longer, those are a little bit different than just a pure deed restriction. Because I know that when they are trying to enter into a long-term conservancy, program or situation, that's a little bit different than a deed restriction saying can only be used for a park.
Imagine, most of our parks, 90% of them are county-owned parks, so if they wanted to put restrictions on them, they could, they own them.
Yeah.
So in reality, we don't have many. The one we just purchased, but, and then Abernathy, very small, but our large parks are all county-owned, so they could, I guess, potentially go in and restrict them however they want to, and they own them.
And
Yeah, I
we-
think our rec center, that's county property, right? Yeah.
And HFFA.
Yep.
And a lot of those, we have lease agreements in place, and they dictate what it can be used for already. So it says, specifically, it's gotta be used for a park. So if that's done through a contractual agreement, they likely don't have a restriction on the deed for the property that they own, but they're doing that contractually, so through an agreement.
You could potentially do it like Oramo, depending on, that would drive the development. I know we've master planned it. And there is quite a bit of natural area there, but, that could be a potential restriction there if that's what the board chose. I don't know right now, how much is planned of the, we'll just say roughly 20 acres that remains. It may be more than that, depends on how much the station builds on, but we'll just say 20. MJ may know off the top of his head how much is.
Yeah, I mean, from a tree canopy standpoint, that park, we're pretty much keeping the existing tree canopy. Now, once again, when you build trails and uneven surfaces that are paved, you might have to select certain trees that aren't as valuable as others. So, I mean, that project you would, now, another thing is, what do you consider developed and undeveloped? We got grassy areas that maybe weren't grassy areas, but now they're more flat grass and walking trails around it. So I don't know the exact number of how much asphalt or concrete, I could run those numbers, but it would be less than 10%, because most of it's still open space. So really, the only developed area is really the playground area, the shelter, restroom buildings. Everything else, the ballpark, that's grass. Trails, everything around trails is grass. So I would say it's less than 10% around the church.
And also the easeway, I was trying to say greenway easements. The easements that we get for the permanent greenways, those also specify that they are granting us an easement specifically for a greenway, and that is what we can actually use it for. So we have that in place too, for the greenways especially.
I think part of where this conversation came from, in addition to the county sharing that information with me, was, in the past, there was talk about selling Veterans Park, right? And so, wanting to protect these spaces in the event that another board came in and was like, we want to sell this land.
Could they, I guess the question for Emily is, let's say we did put a deed on Veterans Park. Could another board come in and pull that deed off, right?
Yeah.
So that'd be one thing. They could come, if they were just hard-nosed that they wanted to get rid of Veterans Park, that they could come remove that deed. Now, if we obviously preserve lands, if boards spend millions and millions on that land, like a Rama church, who knows how much we'll spend? Who knows? The land and the development all probably close to $10 million, time is all said and done. It'd be hard pressed after that for any board, Republican or Democrat, to come back in and say, let's put houses out there. That'd be, I just hadn't seen that happen in my 30 years. Now, not to say it can't, that'd be tough.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna, the pitchforks and the torches are probably gonna come out then when that happens, for sure. But that's something we can look at with the new park. I mean, as we buy new land or as we develop it, I think the board, make those statements of, look, we want to see it all be natural preserve. We only want 5% of it be developed. Those things, before we go, or as we get into master plan, I think you guys should drive that. And ultimately, at the end of the day, if that's what you want, that's what we can develop around those.
And that could also be a policy, instead of necessarily putting deed restrictions, you could have a policy about percentages of, development, or percentages that had to stay a specific use, park, east, greenway, whatever. So it could be a policy, if that's what the board wanted, to try to preserve some flexibility as well.
So just, just let us know, y'all talking amongst yourselves, if there's, like I said, it's just getting feedback here now, if it's something we want to approach, or if there are other areas out there that are doing it that we can learn from, we can do that.
Yeah, we can definitely try to reach out to other jurisdictions too, to get examples of what they may have in place, whether it's a policy or if they're using deed restrictions and how they word it, that's something that we can look into.
Okay.
But I think really the county would be driving force with us because they own 90% of it. So if they say they want X, then probably gonna get X because they own all the land for the most part. But MJ if you'll do a little research,
Yeah,
see
I'll
what's
look
out
at
there,
it.
at least we'll
Yeah.
have some basis to talk, maybe more intelligent than I am right now. So,
And that is accurate too, because most of the larger parks are out in the ETJ versus within municipal limits. And so that's why we don't actually own most of the property. So, yeah, he's right about that.
we'll put the chief in a tent station instead of a real.
We could run the numbers to just show you an example with Rama Church, as it is master plan, what percentage is developed, so this gives you an idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that all you got, MJ?
That's it?
That's about break time. I mean, any other questions on Parks and Rec, or any ideas, thoughts before we hit the break? All right, if you haven't checked, Catherine, we good for them to check out up here?
Yep, they can check out just on the opposite side. That's right.
So I would say
with Electricities.
Yes, good morning, everyone. The all-powerful gavel. Let's get this thing started. I'm
Okay.
Kevin Josephate from Electricities. At Electricities, I'm the Vice President of Distribution Operations. Due to some vacancies, I'm the acting Electric Systems Manager for Huntersville, Cornelius, and Pineville. So I'm being stretched in several different directions right now. Bobby asked me to kind of give a 1-minute commercial here. What is Electricities for the new board members? So Electricities is a membership organization with, I think we have upper 90s, maybe 100 members, mostly municipalities, and mostly in the state of North Carolina. We have some in Virginia and some in South Carolina. We provide a bunch of services, government relations support, safety and training programs, economic development support, communication support, retail rate assistance, and then of course I'm in the area of distribution operations. We operate the distribution systems of 4 municipalities: Lexington, Cornelius, Huntersville, and Pineville. And most importantly, Electricities manages the power supply for 2 municipal power agencies. The one in the western half of the state, North Carolina Municipal Power Agency number 1. There's 19 municipalities as part of that, Huntersville being one of those power agency members. That's one power supply that we manage. The other power supply is in the eastern half of the state, North Carolina Eastern Municipal Power Agency. There are 32 municipalities as part of that, so we manage those power supply programs. That's probably, my opinion, the most important thing that Electricities does for our membership. So back to this presentation. So Electricities has been operating and maintaining the electric system in the town, for the town of Huntersville, since 1997. That contract is coming to an end at the end of June, but that doesn't mean the relationship with the town of Huntersville and Electricities comes to an end. Huntersville is still a member of the power agency and can fully take advantage of all the services that Electricities provides. Today I'm going to talk about the electric service territory in Huntersville. I'm going to list out, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I'm going to list out the capital projects in the current fiscal year and the next fiscal year. I'll discuss where the substations are that serve the town of Huntersville, and I guess I'll end up with the project that's happening right now. If you drive by CVS, the new substation that's being constructed and is almost done. So so the electric service territory is essentially everything, not everything, but it's in the kind of blue shaded area on this slide. It's a lot of stuff east of I-77 and a little sliver that includes Rosedale, that's west of I-77. This is the assigned service territory by some territorial agreements that happened well before my time, long time ago. The town of Huntersville is the electric provider in this footprint, this service territory. Some capital projects that are happening in that service territory. So for fiscal 26, I got this list from our engineering department, and obviously projects don't start and stop with the fiscal year, so there's some carryover, but some of the projects that have been worked in 26 are listed here. The bottom 3, Hambright Junction, Maxwell Townhomes, North Creek Phase 1 were completed. The ones above that are in various stages of just getting started to half complete to, we're working on stuff there. I guess the point of this slide is there's a whole bunch of units listed here, 1,216, and that's a lot of load growth. You have to have the electric infrastructure and substations to be able to serve those customers. It's a great news story when you have growth like that. There's some communities that have no growth or one subdivision coming in, but Huntersville is it's definitely rocking right now with a lot of load growth. Next slide, this is kind of fiscal 27, what we see coming up. Once again, you have a staggering number of units that are being added. In this graphic, it's 1,600. So once again, you need the electric infrastructure and substation capacity to be able to bring on those new customers and handle that new load. In talking to Bobby, he wanted me to add this project because it is a capital project that'll be coming up in the next couple years. Shepherd's Vineyard. It's my understanding that was a subdivision that went in some 35 or so years ago. It's a really poor design where underground lines were put in on rear lots, everybody's backyard. So the cable's kind of at end of life. 35-year-old underground cable needs to be changed out, needs to be replaced. We've seen a couple failures in recent times, and it is just a nightmare having to get in those rear lots. People have built sheds, there's gardens, there's landscaping, there's a Rottweiler's doghouse, all sorts of stuff back there that our crews need to kind of work around to dig up underground cable, make certain splices. So the redesign project would bring all those facilities to front yard. That's kind of the standard design that we use currently, and it'll be much cleaner. I put this on here because it will be a messy project and it will cover multiple years. So when you have to do this kind of infrastructure improvement, it'll get messy, but as people that are taking ownership of the electric system, this is one of the things you'll have to deal with. So how is the town of Huntersville served? There's 3 main substations. We call them delivery points. Those are interconnection points with Duke Energy. The first one, we call it Delivery 1, kind of serves the northern part of the territory. Delivery 2 serves the southern part of the territory, and what we call Delivery 3 serves some industrial customers at Commerce Station. I believe there's some new customers coming on as well. Jackie, I did verify that the Southwire expansion has been accounted for in the load projection for Delivery 3. That's kind of an overview of the 3 substations. Now, when the town of Huntersville does not have electric lines going out to certain areas, but maybe Duke Energy does, but the town doesn't want to relinquish these customers, we've set up 2 temporary delivery points. So these aren't substations, these are actually on the overhead system. They're kind of metering points with Duke Energy. So they allow us to do this on a temporary basis. The first one, I'll call it number 5. It's actually the second one on this slide. That's over by Publix, and that serves Publix, and I guess that's the North Creek area, which is exploding right now. And then the second one has been out there a little bit longer. They even they usually number these temporary delivery points or these delivery points, but this one was supposed to be such a short-term thing. They just call it Blackwood Knoll, but it has extended several years that we have this temporary delivery point in place. The thought is when the substation's completed, we'll be able to construct lines out to these locations and be able to take that, absorb that into the town of Huntersville system and eliminate these temporary delivery points that Duke has set up for us. Cost-wise, just ballpark cost, running overhead underground lines to get rid of these temporary deliveries, roughly $600,000 for Blackwood Knoll, $400,000 for the Sanford Road delivery, so roughly $1 million plus or minus to eliminate these temporary deliveries. All right, so on this graphic, I show all the deliveries for the town of Huntersville, 2A and 2B. That means there's 2 transformers at delivery 2. Number 4 is the new substation location next to CVS. 5 and the temp, those are the small deliveries that I talked about on the previous slide that are serving those areas until we can run permanent lines out there. There's a certain contract capacity with Duke Energy for each of those deliveries. You can see that listed in the contract capacity column. The next column is peak load. The town of Huntersville is a summer peaking, like most municipalities in North Carolina. So this is the peak load for calendar year or the summer of 2025. We had the big concern last year when David Lucor was giving this presentation was that Delivery 1 was going to be overloaded in the summer of 2025. So they worked really hard to switch load away from Delivery 1, and they basically looked at every option to move load off of 1 so that it'll be okay over the summer. We kind of held our breath, and you see it came in at 89%, which was fine for the summer of 2025. You know, this year will be, it's 89, it was 89 last year, so it'll be in the 90s this year, approaching 100%. But the new substation should be online then, and then we'll kind of rebalance things after that new substation goes online. Yeah, when a substation gets to this 90% mark, you know, you should have a plan in place to relieve some of that, to move load around, to balance your substations out. So the fact that the town of Huntersville has made the investment in the new substation, it's a great thing. Your system will be in great shape after the substation goes online. This is a chart just showing some of the historical load for the last several years. And, you know, unlike some of the other members in the power agency, you know, their load may be flat. I mean, Huntersville's is growing. The presentation early this morning, there's development all over the place. And within that service territory, there's a whole bunch of development happening. So we anticipate this to continue to grow for the next several years. So the most important thing, like I said, is this new substation coming online. I think these are maybe 2 weeks old of the new substation. If you haven't seen it yet, it's right, it's in the parking lot behind CVS. Drive over there, there's a lot of construction happening right now. The picture all the way on the left just shows the transformer is out there. The picture in the middle shows some circuit breakers. The picture on the right shows some voltage regulators. So for an engineer, this is great. I mean, we love to see shiny new equipment, and you know, the towns have funded this, and it's a great thing. It's gonna be a great thing for the town of Huntersville. Next slide is just more photographs. The one on the left, just kind of an outside view looking at the substation. And the next two kind of show that transmission structure. The transmission is going to come into the substation overhead, and it'll hit that structure and then hit the transformer and the other equipment. So in summary, new construction continues in the town of Huntersville, which continues to increase electric load. We all know that. Existing substations are nearing capacity. There's limited margin on the system right now. Load transferring activities in 2025 help that situation, but there's not really a lot of options out there for this summer, but for the new substation. New substation will relieve capacity concerns, provide more contingency and margin in the system. And the progress on the new substation, so the actual construction of the above ground equipment, you saw most of it's out there, but that's not quite complete yet, so that'll need to be completed. Right now, we're in the easement acquisition phase for the first couple of 12 kV feeders that are gonna leave that substation and interconnect to the existing system. Duke Energy still needs to do that transmission tap to get to the substation, to feed the substation. And we're anticipating the substation will be complete June 2026, and your system will be in great shape after that thing is online. With that, I'll take any questions.
I don't know if we've had any, or if you've even discussed it. Have we put any preference on putting new lines underground instead of above ground, to, especially with like the ice storm we had last week?
Yeah, I mean, underground is the preferred method.
Okay.
And, I mean, it's costly to take existing overhead and put it underground. So, you know, that'll be something that, you know, you can struggle with. It's kind of like, how much money do you want to spend? I mean, you can spend a boatload of money putting everything underground. It's a good policy going forward to put stuff underground. All your subdivisions are essentially underground. When you do have those ice storm events, like you said, underground is fantastic. You know, who cares how much ice falls, because it's underground. Your vulnerable spot is the overhead. But, you know, my opinion is that the town of Huntersville system's a good system after the substation gets online. Then you'll have margin, and it'll be, you're set up for the future really well.
So are those delivery from 1 through whatever, 4 or 5, are they all interconnected? So if they're, you know, every now and then, you know, some squirrel gets on something and takes out a substation or whatever, so does it just, you know, fail over to, you know, delivery 2 goes out, so it fails over to the other?
Yeah, so it's not an automatic failover, but they are tied in the field on the distribution system, right? So if a squirrel gets in to, well, actually, if a squirrel gets on any line and the circuit breaker opens, there's typically 3, 4, 5, 6 feeders that leave each substation. If a squirrel gets on a line, the circuit locks out. That means all the customers are in the dark until our guys can go out, and you can either backseat it or you can find the squirrel and then re-put that line on. But there's options for switching out in the field. And when you have this new substation online, That just increases more. You'll have more options to tie feeders together. If you were to have an event at a substation, you'd still be able to survive. I mean, I gave you peak load numbers. On a day like today, I mean, this isn't peak load. Peak load is like 95 degrees for 3-4 days in a row. You know, this is not peak load. So you're not at 70 megawatts for a system. You're probably at, 30 or 40 on a day like today. So,
Thank you.
any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Oh, it's lunchtime. That's what the schedule
Ready to
says.
go. Kevin,
It's not lunch.
take us home, Patty.
I am.
All right,
Believe
Patty.
me. Hold on tight.
Apparently, we're
Need
not.
to make it very exciting.
It's gonna be hard to do. All right, so what I've got here is our fund balance from 22 to 25. And as you can see, the number, oh dear Lord, what did I do? Oh, I just can't see it. Bobby, could you come up here a second? Sorry, technical difficulty.
What did you do?
I don't know, I can't see the screen. There we are.
That even better.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so as you can, time out. So as you can see, here's our fund balance over the last 4 years. So the number we really want to, we'd like to concentrate on is our bottom number, which is the $59,672,263 at the very bottom in 22. So we can see from 22, we went from 59.6 million up to 86.7 million. Okay, so that's great, but we also have to really remember that we can't go out and spend $86 million. I just can't go out there and say, hey, I want to do this, I want to do that, because most of these numbers are tied up for special uses, let's say. So if we go to under restricted fund balance, if we go to the state stabilization by state statute, that $20 million number in 25, that is the number that the state requires us to have based on certain criteria that the auditors calculate that number for us. So I can't spend any of that money. Then we've got the streets, the POW bill, that's Kevin's money. If Kevin comes to us and says, I spent every nickel of money I have, every bit of budget I have, I can say, well, you've got $2.2 million in additional in fund balance that we could appropriate. I can only spend that on POW bill. The escrows for future capital projects, that $1 million, that is the escrows that Stephen has for different projects that developers have given us the money for, and we're holding it until we need to do that sidewalk or do some work for that development. Tourism tax, that's the one that's been growing steadily. It's now at 5.5 million. That is very limited on what I can spend that money on. Extreme limitations. Stormwater projects, that's also with Kevin. So he's got $4 million. So we've got $33 million of that $86 million that I can't touch. I can't touch for general fund uses. I can only touch it for specific things, POW bill, stormwater, tourism. Now the next line, just to let you know, is debt service. So what we did in the past for years, we put some money into the fund balance related to debt service. So I could use some of this $2.4 million to pay our debt service if I wanted to. The next category, the capital projects category, that is really, at the end of the day, whatever's left over, whatever didn't go into a specific category gets dumped into capital projects. So literally that is the money that could be used to purchase land, emergency, purchase a fire truck, purchase something if something came up. So a lot of times when I come back to the board and I say, we want to appropriate fund balance, that's the number that I'm appropriating from. Then we've got emergency services, which is the fire department. They've got some money squirreled away that we've used, and you can see we used it from 24 to 25 to purchase new trucks or stuff that they need. The subsequent years, that's what we use to either balance the budget or that's purchase orders that I roll over from year to year. So that 13 million has already been accounted for. So I really can't touch that. And then the unassigned calculated, what we do that is we take 40% of our revenues for the general fund, and whatever that number is, I put it in there. So we are saying we want to hold that money back. That's like the ultimate savings account. That number used to be 45%, and in 21 we dropped it to 40%. So if we said we wanted that number to be 35%, then that difference would flip back up into our capital projects line. So what we could say is from 24 to 25, I increased fund balance of $5.9 million. Jackie, is there anything you want to add to fund balance?
You're adding it in areas where it's difficult to spend it based on the way you're budgeting. An add of 5 million sounds great, but if 60% of it you can't go out and use to buy property or use to whatever, how much have you helped yourself? Be careful about the argument that your fund balance is the highest it's ever been. That's true, but be careful how you spend it. Just like at home, once you spend your savings one time, it's gone.
Yes. All right, the next, y'all can kind of see that. The next slide is for debt. So what this does, on the left side, it just lists all the debt we have outstanding. So whether it's our police station, it's some bonds. You can see we've got the new bonds on there, the Transportation Park and Rec bonds, Bond Series 24. If you go down a little bit, you can see the new Town Hall bonds that we have. The thing to note here is the FY 2027 bond payment. So this is what will be in the budget for 27. So we will budget $9.1 million in bond payments, okay? Now, when we, at the end of this year, in June, when we pay our bond payments for June 30th, then our outstanding debt is $76,267,000. That number right at the very bottom. So we've got $2 million left on the police station. We've got $48 million in general fund bonds. There's the new town hall at almost $25 million. We've got a LOBS that we refunded, that's some old debt, that we've got $1.4 million left over. So that is the bond that is the debt, all kind of debt we have of, at the end of 26, it'll be $76,267,000. So if we do any new debt, a parking deck, a fire station, any of that, it'll increase this is where you would see it. Okay? The budget calendar. Today we are sitting here, January 30th. We can check that we've done that. Next week when I get back, we're going to start sending out budget reports to the directors. They'll get their budgets, they'll look at their people, they'll put new ads in, new projects they're going to do. They work on that basically for the month of February, and then they give us back March 2nd time frame their budgets back. And then what I'll do in first couple weeks in March, we'll get all that information together. In the month of March, we meet with Stephen and Anthony and Jackie and Bobby, and we'll go through their budgets. Who are your people? What are your projects? What do you want to do? And we'll just get all the budgets together. Then we work on all the revenue budgets. And then what will happen on I'll go back to April 21st, but on May 4th, that's when Anthony will bring back to you a preliminary budget. On April 21st, we're going to go through this capital project and forecast with you again that we'll do next, just so you can see this is our 5-year financial forecast with all the new numbers in. And after we've had multiple meetings about major CIP, we'll give you an updated CIP on kind of where stuff landed. During the month of May, depending on how many you want or we need, we'll have budget meetings where we'll go through and you'll say, I don't understand this, or what are we hiring here, or any questions that you have, you will get a budget book and you'll have time to go through it, kind of get your questions together, and then we'll talk about that in a meeting. On May 19th is when we'll have the public hearing. So that gives the public an opportunity to come in, talk about the budget. They really don't ask questions. I think they just have their concerns about the budget. We do have external agencies like Hope House, Ada Jenkins. We send that information out to them put it on our website on April 2nd. We get that information back on June 2nd. That's not part of the budget that you vote on. We have them come in and talk to us, and then sometime July, August timeframe, then that's when you decide on how much you want to fund the external agencies. On June 2nd is when we will hopefully adopt the budget. It has to be adopted by June 30th based on North Carolina state statutes. It's really, really, really bad if it's not done on June 30th. Okay, now, Anthony, the CIP projects. So Bobby, how do we bring up the CIP?
And we're, this CIP, I'm just gonna tell you, is gonna change 10 times between now and probably maybe more than that. It literally changed the day before we came here. Because we'll get these projects in and we'll talk through them and, and we start to try to play with and how we figure out the financial forecast. Sometimes projects have to move and shift, so what you see today, and Jackie would tell you, would change a bunch of times before we get to a point where we adopt the budget. So don't hold this as a gospel, because I'm just telling you it's going to change a bunch. As we try to figure out, we may learn of a grant. Stephen may find out on one of his projects he's run into a hiccup, and this project is on hold now for, I don't know, 2 years, who knows? All sorts of things can happen. Maybe Brian goes and gets this bill grant. We hadn't accounted for that in here. When, I don't know the timing of it. When is the money available? Is it available 5 years from now? I don't know. Stephen's got projects and CRTPO funds don't come in for 5 years. Stuff like that. So all sorts of things have different times and different qualifications, et cetera, on it. So I was just gonna spend a little time on the CIP. What I would not worry or get too far out here in 29 and 30 and 31. These projects gonna move and fly like crazy. Don't know if any of us in this room will be here. So what I'll probably do is spend a little bit of time on 27 projects, maybe most time on 27, a little bit on 28, and then not get too far. A lot of these projects carry over multiple years. You've already heard this from Stephen. There are not many one-year projects. It's just complicated. Nothing's easy anymore. You can't even lay a little piece of sidewalk without having to buy a right-of-way or move a utility office. So everything gets complicated, and everything is super expensive.
And then one thing to remember on this is when the money needs to be funded, not when it's spent. So before I can sign a contract, we have to have the funding. So if there's a fire station or something that UNC in 27, that $12 million, that doesn't mean that it's built in 27 and I've spent all the money. That just means that that's when I need the funding to be able to sign the contract.
Patty, tell them a little bit about the sort of first category. What is?
The prior year funded? Okay, so all these projects here, and there are quite a few of them, this is, the funded prior years means we may have funded it with 2020 bonds, or actually 2016 bonds, or fund balance, or general fund, or transportation. So if it's in column F prior year, I already have the money held for that. So we don't need any more, that money is there. So like, for example, for Gilead Road West, we have $500,000 set up for Gilead Road West. So what the years do going out is saying either we need more money to do the project. Stephen got different prices. So that's why you would see money in the out years. But if it's in prior year funded, that money's set aside and we have it.
And just for example, Gilead Road West may need more money.
Yeah.
And so Stephen's put in a request for that. That's not showing up here right now. But as he gets a little bit closer, if he said it was 500,000, it may be $1 million. So as we get closer, as we maybe bid some of these projects out, et cetera, or we get closer to construction, these numbers change, and not many of them are going down, I will say. So even these numbers here, a lot of these, unless it's a number that we have a existing contract for, or unless it's some agreement we have in place, these numbers change quite a bit. But obviously, we go out and try to seek various grants. You'll hear Stephen and them talk about CRTPO grants all the time. Projects go up. If those projects had CRTPO funds again, a lot of times they're eligible. We go back to them and try to get more CRTPO funds when they come available. We won't get too far in the weeds on these projects. Patty has them color coded for how do we fund them, you know, whether it's a 2020 bonds, whether it's fund balance, whether it's sales tax dollars, additional sales tax dollars, et cetera, et cetera. So we try not to get too far in the weeds with you there because that moves so much as we move projects around.
But we will get, when we meet on April 7th, it'll be this page and then it'll be a packet. And each one of these projects will be on its own page and you'll know how much we have, how much we spent, and how we're gonna fund them going forward.
Yes.
So you will get a detailed packet on that.
You get individual sheets
On each
every project. And we'll sort of list in there how we, if we did that today, we had to spend a couple days. If we got into every little line item detail on that, so.
And most of these projects you've already heard about in yesterday and today.
Yep. But you'll have, like I say, individual sheet gives you a brief description, tells you how it's funded, over what years, et cetera. I promise you again and again, I'm gonna tell you 1,000 times, it will change. And you'll see these projects, a lot of them year over year. Patty, can you, I'm
Go
a
to the
little
bottom.
blind too, could you kind of just blow up maybe? I can't even see the
Oh.
projects in here. But Jackie got me, assuming they're in the same order. I think most folks have it in, do y'all have it in your, on front of your screen?
No,
So, Bobby, can you,
That is about as big as I can get
I'm
it.
just saying, they don't have it on their screen to follow either, so
Oh, okay.
that one, can you email that, Bob?
We haven't sent this one out yet, I can send it to everybody.
All right, so I'll just start, Gilly Road West, I'm not even gonna spend any time on that, you already know what that project is. You're here a few more years too, probably. Patty, if I go astray, I'm gonna read off my list, cause I can't hardly get there. Fairtown Parkway, Stephen mentioned that one, that one's already funded. I'm gonna just be honest with you, instead of reading all these projects, you can see them, you'll have access to them. Stephen's gone through every one of these, and then some. What you see here is the same thing here, this project here. Patty, what's that project without me? Look.
The 4 million, that's Stumptown.
Stumptown, it's just, that one's over many years. Stephen said, what, 20, 25 years, who knows? This is just more funding in that year. That's already funded project, so a lot of those I'm not gonna spend any time on. You're probably not even gonna say a whole lot about those, because we're already knee-deep in those, way deep in those projects, so. Next one down, I guess, is, I've got 80s Ford McCoy, is that one?
Right, that's right under Stumptown.
My list here is a little different now, so.
Oh,
Tell me what's the one with 1.1? Farrelltown?
Ransom Roadside.
And then-
Ransom Road.
oh, right here. This, right, that's Ransom Road
I'm
sidewalk.
gonna get up here where I can see it, so I like that. I'll stand right by you there.
I don't have a mic.
You want me to yell? How about that? All right, thank you, Patty.
You guys should have a drink on that.
All right, so, Ranson Road sidewalk improvement, like I said, all of those are funded. I'm trying to look at new projects. Keep going on down, Patty.
New projects.
Just keep on going to new projects.
These are,
Keep going. Right there, it's a few new projects. So, if I sit here and spend time on ones that we already funded, it's just gonna be, you're gonna look at me and not say a word, because we're so deep in those projects. So as you get these sheets and get more details on it, if you have concerns about these projects, let us know, but these projects are funded. Berry Park Playground is a replacement, MJ probably already talked about, so $500,000 for playground replacement. We're proposing at this moment, I'm just saying at this moment, to potentially fund that project. North Meck Park softball lighting, replacing the lighting there will be a project that we will look to fund with new LED lighting. Townley Connector, you heard Stephen talked about that. That's a project that, over in Burkdale that, we have funding already tied to that, but also we, have an agreement in place for that, 2.5 million to be reimbursed for that project. Town Hall parking lot deck. May think, geez, we just built a town hall, do we need to look at a deck? Jackie and I were just talking, we have roughly 69, 66, 69 employees that will be in town hall as of, we'd say today if we were all there, if every person was in the building. Roughly 100 parking spots right now in that surface parking lot. That includes the lot that's over by the old town hall, all that. Roughly 100, Bobby, is that right? You know, you got some EV charging stations, you got handicap spaces, et cetera. I'm just going with it just to make it nice round numbers. 100 spots. If we do most of the funding for FY27 for positions that will be in that building, would be up to roughly 80. So 20 spare spots, we'll say. Eventually those will get eaten up. That's just if every employee drove to work. So we have 20 or so spare spots just in that lot. If we have a bunch of folks meeting during the day, those are going to get kind of tight.
Anthony, in addition, you have employees who drive their personal vehicle to work and leave and go out in the field in a town vehicle.
Yeah. So I guess the point is we will get tight on certain days, and we'll need to think about that. I have in here right now just a placeholder number. If this is something that, you know, board is interested in moving forward sooner rather than later, it's a process we'll have to go through. Probably a 6-month process to get to a point where, you know, we're able to select a firm, enter into a contract. It would probably take roughly 6 months to do that. 800 is just a placeholder right now. I know we have this on sort of side item list. We can kind of show you what that looks like. We would hone in on those numbers. It may be a little bit higher. I'm not sure yet till we get a little bit closer on that, but that's a placeholder on that project going down. You have Bradford Park driveway parking resurfacing. We may work with Kevin and his team to see if they can take on that project for MJ. Don't know yet. Maybe a big project. He's probably looking at me like a deer in headlights now because we haven't had this conversation. But that may be a project. His guys do a great job. That will be a pretty significant project. You may say, may be better off to contract that out. Or we may look at, can we use a street surfacing crew that is out maybe paving streets in town and see if they can hit that too. I don't know, something we look at. But that project, I mean, that park is used a lot. That's something we really probably need to hit. Michael talked to you about the Charter Elementary School agreement we have. That's an agreement we have in place, so we have to pay that. Board has approved the Greenway Tunnel. That's an agreement we have in place for the US 21 Greenway Tunnel. The Burkdale Commons Extension, Irwin Cook Road, that's a large project, but Stephen told you, I think, in his report earlier that we have CRTPO funds for that. We just got awarded more CRTPO funds for that project.
Hopefully we'll be in the month.
Oh, at the end of the month, we will, hopefully. I'm pretty sure about that, we will. But that's a project that, when we have those funds, we'd probably continue to move that project up the list. Also, I-77 US 29 Gatorade landscaping, you hear him talk about that. Now that we got the scrub grass that we have out there, and that project's about finished, we would look to take those islands out there and beautify those with some landscaping, trees, whatever DOT will require, but that's the process you have to go through. And I think there are multiple roundabout at McCord, same thing. And then the other projects that are on here are multiple projects that Beatty's Ford, April Mist pedestrian hybrid beacon. That's sort of like the beacon that Stephen talked about over in front of North Mac High School, that crossing. We will look to do something very similar over at Hopewell. There's a couple neighborhoods that are very close and walk right across in that exact same type facility beacon there, right, Steve? So that's something we'll be pushing forward with, that makes sense. We get a lot of requests over there. Beatty's Ford, Michael Wayne traffic signal, that's one with all the development that's needed. We've got a lot of complaints. Stephen mentioned that one. Glendale to Huntersville Concord Road, that's as you come out of the curve on Huntersville Concord, starting to straighten out, you get by the Anchor Mill Apartments there on the left, Glendale. That street there is warranted a lot of cut-through traffic from Rama Church over through to Huntersville Concord, and probably will get more once Stumptown project goes through, because that Rama Church will be disconnected at 115. So if something there is warranted, we'll look at a light. And I think maybe somebody mentioned maybe a roundabout, maybe Nick did. So just starting on that project. There are a bunch of other projects on here, but Gift 3, Stephen talked about Holbrook Road, Highway 115 in Central, looking at starting those projects. So a lot of, as Stephen talked about, we got to start these projects. We never get them started, we never get them done. But these are ones that we're looking at sort of first run to fund. There may be some that slide and move, but this is sort of first take. Instead of getting into 28, 29, 30, and 31, these are going to move so much. We can talk about any project on this list. What I would say is, Bobby's going to send this to you. We're going to send you individual sheets. Read those. Most of them you've read probably 5 times, except for maybe the new folks. But we did spend some time with the new folks, an hour and 15 minutes or so before we even came here. Stephen regurgitated it again while he was here. You're going to see it at least 1 or 2 more times before we even get to adopting a budget. So I'd hate to waste your time just reading through those all over again. So I'll just be quiet there and then let maybe Jackie and Patty get into sort of 5-year financial forecast, so you kind of see how these projects is what you saw up there and how we have them listed in the CIP and what fiscal years that transfers over to this 5-year financial forecast, and it allows us to sort of do some manipulating and plug in the various expenses and revenues and kind of give us a look into what it's looking like now and potentially in the future. I'll be quiet.
Patty, for my benefit, will you go back to the CIP document just for a minute? Since 8:30 yesterday, we talked about projects. Anthony just gave you a one-word blip, a one-sentence blip on the ones that we fund in 27. My most overused phrase today, I want you to see this document through my eyes. What I see when I look at this document is that total row that Patty was just on, $371 million worth of capital. You're very smart people. How would we fund that? Is it realistic that we would fund all of that over the next 5 years? Frequently I've referred to our CIP not just as a wish list, it's a buffet. Pick the most important projects off of the buffet and do those. To do $371 million worth of projects, you probably need more staff to deliver that. Most of these projects are multi-year projects that take to deliver, and this is a funding document. This is not that capital will be on the ground in the last year where there's any funding in it. So 371 is a lot. I hope you would find it fun. I find it fun. Listening to the inner workings of Jackie, Patty, Bobby, Anthony getting together and discussing, should we move this project 1 year or should we not fund it at all? That the inner workings of making this document work is fun for me. It's tense. Not everybody gets their way. Did we account for this? It's a lot. But so what you're going to see in the 5-year forecast is anything, certainly everything that says prior year funds, column F, is absolutely funded. 27 through 31 are absolutely funded. The future column, That's stuff that we think we're gonna do, but that is absolutely not funded. So the 5-year forecast that we're gonna show you doesn't even fund this 371. So there is a lot on here. Pick out the things that are most important to you. I think of the 5-year forecast. Patty, you go ahead and go over to that spreadsheet, that tab. I think of the 5-year forecast. This is not Jackie Patty balancing your budget for the next 5 years. This is a scenario builder. This is what if. This is, please start thinking about whether or not you're comfortable with being a part of this is what could happen to fund balance, and this is the amount of debt we'd be taking on, and this is what the tax rate might be. That's what most people are interested in. The other thing I would remind you of, we talked yesterday, ad nauseum, I did, on solid waste fee or tax rate. That's generating the same amount of revenue. So if you decide to do that or not, that's not generating new dollars to fund this capital with. And so I get nervous when I hear you say no tax increase, because that starts keeping me up at night about whether or not we're really going to fund these projects. So it's okay to keep the tax rate the same. Just understand what that does to funding projects. Or, Anthony, I don't think we talked about in Laura's presentation yesterday, historically what we have placed in our original budget is, we call it the CIP adjustment and the merit. Market is what we call CIP, right? So we always put in the original budget how much CPI changed in the prior calendar year. I don't want to argue with you with what I think CPI is going to do in the upcoming year. It's irrelevant. The purchasing power change that employees experienced in calendar 25 is inarguable. It's finished. It's calculated. It's over. When the federal government shut down for the length of time that it did, they never came back and calculated what CPI did for the month of October. And so we have 11 months worth of data. Why does the federal government do what they do? CPI was 2.2699%. They call that 2.6%. That sounds like 2.7 for me. The difference between 2.6 and 2.7 is not going to make a material difference. So what we're likely to build into the budget to maintain our salary ranges, to keep from having to make such a big jump later when we fund the salary study, is a 2.6% raise. That's purchasing power to employees that just maintains what they were at the beginning of the calendar year. And then we start talking about merit. So
2.6 or 2.7? Somewhere between
Yes.
2.6, 2.7, so it's yes, would be the cost of living adjustment that we do every year. And that's a fixed number. We don't go make it up. As Jackie said, we keep track of that, and that's what we bring forward. So we don't pick some random number that we bring forward.
So when you start thinking about the adding new personnel and what you might fund to existing personnel, and the CPI change to the garbage collection obligations, the other operating expenses that will change. We didn't operate all of Newtown Hall all year long, so we got 12 months of operating Newtown Hall to look forward to in FY27. And then we start looking at this capital. In addition to this capital, we have what I think of in my mind as recurring capital. The police cars, you don't see police cars that we need to replace every single year on this list, because that's something that I don't want to say bake in the cake, but that's something that we naturally assume is we're going to need to replace some number of the police cars. Window behind the curtain. Chief Graham is not at full staff like he's going to be at the end of this calendar year, right? and so if we ever get all of those positions filled, there's going to be a budgetary impact of that. We've not had to budget at all of the positions we've approved because he's not full. But Chief Graham has committed he's going to get full, and so there's a budget impact of that.
No, that'll be Chief Vaughn.
Good job, good job. I got to inject a little bit of humor in my spreadsheet. I can't have you falling asleep while you're anxious to get out of here. Okay, all right. I should do a little bit on, I still call it the PAVACT. The additional city sales tax, We believe that's gonna generate 12.5 million a year for us. $1 million a month, woo-hoo! We're gonna get to fund a lot of stuff, right? Jackie, where is she? Where did she go? Jackie is the author of, that's the equivalent of more than 7 cents on the tax rate. Okay, 7 cents, ooh, we're gonna fund a lot of stuff. There's a limited amount of debt that you can fund with that. It has to be street related, so it's not gonna help us build any fire stations or the rec center or a new police facility. In addition, we talked about using it to pave more streets and patch more potholes and build more sidewalks, all of which is allowed. You get to spend that one time and then it's gone, so.
Hey, Jackie, just a quick question. When will we actually see money from the payback?
Please find out and let me know. I think we'll get a full year's worth of it in FY '28. I thought that it would be, retail purchasers would feel that penny in July of '26, in 5 months from now, July of 1/26. I thought so. I'm not convinced they won't. The Department of Revenue is the Department of Revenue, and so vendors have to collect it. They send it to the state sends it to us. I thought I heard that the state of North Carolina said the absolute, if we work super hard, we think we might be able to get it to you in January of '27. And they said, gosh, maybe October, but probably not, most likely January. I don't think there's an answer to that yet. I apologize for using all those words to say nothing. I think we're gonna get 12 months worth in '28. I don't know how many months worth we're gonna get in '27.
Yeah, it hadn't been solved yet.
Okay.
But
And with that,
January is likely, if I had to put my money bet, and I'm gonna go with January, that we would start to see that.
of '27. Okay. And with, once they get in cycle, is that a once a year thing? They do it every 3 months, every 6 months?
Today, we receive sales tax distributions monthly. It only makes sense to me that this would be an additional distribution monthly. Kind of logical, we'll
Yep.
see.
Okay.
Until we get it, we don't know till we start.
So
getting
hopefully
them.
in January of '27, we start into that cycle. Gotcha. Okay.
We built additional, that payback, row 18, so the payback is built into FY '27. We fought, when we sit around and have this fun argument, we fought over whether that's $3 million in '27 or $4 million, and we had 6, looked like we left it at 6. We don't know. I'm concerned about you counting on an awful lot of that in '27. Now, I feel pretty good about you counting on it in '28. Surely the state will have their ducks in a row by then, but, we have assumed that the new sales tax dollars will grow at, guess what rate? The same rate that we assumed that sales tax dollars would. So once it becomes 12.5, we hope that it's not gonna stay at 12.5, it's gonna continue to grow, thankfully. All right. So that's the only revenue item that's new this year. We anticipate expenditures to grow, new debt row, when she said,
32.
Thank you, new debt. Okay, the row above that says existing debt. Guess what that is? If you don't issue another dime of debt, Patty's 9.1, she knows she needs to budget in '27 just to make our existing debt service payments. If you've already committed, if you or a previous board has already committed to repaying that debt, we put that in the existing debt row. We're very clever about our names, aren't there, aren't we? So if it's debt that we think you're going to issue in the next 5 years, we cleverly put that in the row that says new debt. All right, so new debt theoretically then is the only row that is new. So we've estimated for you what we think is realistic revenues by year. We've estimated for you what we think is realistic expenditures by year. And we've assumed for FY '27 through '31 from the previous capital spreadsheet that you'll either fund it from fund balance or you'll issue debt on it. Patty, that new debt assumes we issue a little over $100 million in debt.
Right.
Okay, so let's take a minute to talk about that. That's assuming that you would issue the $29 million that's still available, authorized by the voters and not yet issued. That was $25 million in transportation debt and 4 million in park bonds. The 4 million in park bonds would give us our start on Rama Church Park.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. All right, that also assumes you'd be issuing some debt on a parking deck. It also assumes you'd be issuing debt on 3 fire stations, Patty?
Yes.
I love this column. This column makes me happy because you're gonna have to figure out what you're gonna issue debt on. If you're not issuing debt on it, you're either gonna get a grant for it or you're gonna have to come up with it out of fund balance. So the parking deck, a fire station, the land on the police facility. Do you remember hearing Kevin mentioned more than 24 hours ago, we gotta have some expansion space at Siegel. We're busting at the seams. How are we gonna continue to do brine and salt and pave roads and maintain parks? That's our maintenance facility. Something's gotta be done about that. The parking deck, Anthony talked about just a minute ago, additional debt on the,
That's over the 29.
that's the issuing the bonds. So that's assuming we issue just south of 100 million.
120 million's right
Thank
there.
you.
Yeah.
You got debt service payments to make if you issue all of that debt. So all of that's funded. So Patty, let's go back to,
And while
the
she's,
forecast.
while he's doing that, this doesn't even include in here a new. So as Jackie talked about, it's probably, if you add all of just the buildings up, the fire stations, and I'm just round numbers, 3 fire stations, public works facility, parking deck, police department, it's $100 million just in buildings alone. That's a lot.
That fist fight of arguing on what ought to be in there and what shouldn't, Chief Graham, Chief Vaughn did last time I was there. It's tough. How are you gonna fund everything? That's how this goes. All right, Patty, we beat debt to death, I think. Let's go back to the forecast. We've talked about revenues, we've talked about expenses. Okay, so if you do all those things, the cumulative change to fund balance, that's row 36, right?
Yes.
Do you want to be the board that has contributed to fund balance a couple of years in a row and then starts using it at the rate of 12 million and then almost 20 million and then almost 20 million again and
So we're
so on and
estimated
so
to be 12
Okay.
million under?
What was the question?
We're estimated to be 12 million,
Where?
like, in debt?
Right here.
Yeah, that cumulative change to fund balance, if you fund everything that we just talked about, and you pick a guesswork percentage, Patty just talked about, she's not asked directors what they need to operate next year's budget. So is a random 5% increase in personnel or 4% in operating, whatever we built into this spreadsheet so far, is that accurate? No way in the world. We gotta wait till see what directors say they need to operate their department. But,
And that
again,
number won't turn out to be that. You know, that number for EYE 26 won't be 12 million.
no,
It won't.
I don't think it will. Now, that's not the EYE, we're not funny, and that's estimated year end. So we're trying to tell you, we've not just automatically plugged in how we balance the budget and what we've spent so far, but we've done several budget amendments, so there's been a little bit more spending than we originally budgeted in this year's budget. Plus, Chief Graham didn't get to full staff yet, so we won't, so I'm gonna wear that out. We're not at full staff, so we won't spend every personnel dollar you budgeted. So we acknowledge in this document that you're not going to spend exactly how we budgeted, and some of the revenues are going to come in a little bit higher. Sales tax is coming in a little bit higher. So we're acknowledging here that we've already changed that from the budget column, because that's not what's going to happen. Okay, so if general fund balance at the end of 25 was 86 million, you don't want to end up with, at the end of 21 million dollars. I don't think that's total fund balance. So remember Patty's spreadsheet where there was a portion set aside reserved by state statute, and there's specific things that you have to do to set aside tourism fund balance and POW bill fund balance and so on. My personal opinion is that if your total fund balance got as low as 21 million, probably hard to make payroll in between July and October. You don't want to be that board. Jackie, Patty, Anthony, Bobby don't want to be a part of that staff. This is only suggesting to you that spending at a rate that you're probably just going to have to figure out. Patty, let's go down and look at tax rates.
So we won't let that happen, obviously, as staff, but this just shows you as we plug in these numbers and these projects, and there's some left out, like the police station's not in there. You know, we've got to, that's why I tell you, this thing's gonna change tons of
So
times.
if you ask me, if you tell me, if y'all wanna tell us today that you've made the decision, the tax rate's 22.75, or if you told us today that you're changing it to 25 because of the change in how we calculate the solid waste fee, either one of those two scenarios is gonna be similar to this right here. We don't have the first estimate from the assessor. That usually comes out in early February. I will be surprised if the growth rate is anything other than between 2 and 4. It has been the last 2 or 3 years in a row. I think it will be again. I don't think our base will have grown by 10%. I don't think it will have gone negative. I see just all the building that you do. I think it's gonna have grown. I don't know by what amount. I have no insider information. But if you tell us that the reason you see that use of fund balance of whatever it was it 19, almost 20 million, is because we haven't identified any new additional revenue sources with the exception of that 6 million that we put in for payback the new sales tax dollars. So we can stay here through the snowstorm this weekend and listen to me get into the intimate guts of the spreadsheet, but the takeaway here is if you're gonna fund a lot of these projects, not deliver them yet, but get in a position so you can deliver them by funding them, you're probably gonna have to think about some funding sources. We always go first to the tax rate because that makes up more than 50% of our general fund revenue. That's always what we think of first. What could you change in fees in Parks and Rec that would generate a lot of revenue? There's nothing you can do there. That's our primary funding source. That's why we do it. I got to give a little blurb because I started it yesterday on the reval. I have plugged into this spreadsheet that I'm, for math purposes today, looking at a 12% increase in the reval. You are required to display you're required to disclose a revenue neutral rate. You are not required to adopt one. The county's not out yet on what they think the reval is townwide or countywide. I got no insider information, but I don't think it's flat. So Patty, you're more than welcome, go up to that 12% and listen to a board member shout out, Jackie, make it 20, make it 2, make it whatever number you want. Even at doing so, look, if there is a 12% increase in the reval, that use of fund balance, you saw that level of fund balance, that assumed that in FY27, the budget you'll be adopting in June, that you adopted a 22.75, and that with a 12% average increase in value in FY28, you wouldn't drop the rate. So everybody just got a 12% increase in their tax bill on average. Then it assumes that in FY19, after taxpayers just got a 12% increase in 28, that you would increase the tax rate again by 3 cents and keep the rate the same and still have a $21 million fund balance. Please don't let this intimidate you. That's not the purpose of this document. The purpose of this document is start making some decisions about what you'll fund, and if you don't want to fund it, let us take it out so we're not showing that the impact on our fund balance would be so stark. So I've said I'm not sure you'd make payroll. If you're not making payroll, you're not going to be AAA bond rated, just to state the obvious. Now, the reason to be AAA bond rated is about the rate at which you'd issue future debt. So if debt is a funding source for you, which you're going to need that, be putting some deposits in the bank in your head about that. I'll do one more thing. The payback, the new sales tax dollars, you can use that to pay debt service on anything that was eligible to be paid for out of payback dollars, like building a new road intersection and building new sidewalks. That's fine. Michael, you're going to have to cheat on Detoli a little bit and make Patty your best friend too. The park assets that you talk about needing, there is a funding source available. I'm not suggesting avoiding the voters is a good idea. Don't avoid the voters, but you have $29 million, 25 million in transportation bonds available to be issued at, I'm gonna say whenever you want to issue them. That's not completely true. The local government commission is gonna shoot on you a little bit and say you should not issue new debt until you spend the bond proceeds that you have outstanding and not yet spent. That's a great idea. Don't argue with them. We have not spent all of our previously issued bonds, so, but you got 25 million in transportation and 4 million in parks, so we got a funding source for that. You can issue, Patty, our financial advisor is exceptionally smart. You can issue debt on park projects and use as collateral the land on the park, or the improvements in the park, the restroom buildings, the playground equipment. It's pretty easy to issue debt on a park project. Chief Vaughn, when we get to the point of issuing I would not advocate you issue you use 35 million or whatever number it takes to give you the building that you need, be it an addition or a totally separate asset. I would not advocate we take all of the money out of fund balance to do that. The reason being, you're going to use that asset over a period of time, so you want to spread the cost of that asset over the time period when you're using that asset. Not going to be cheap. I think it's worth we've already been warned in the space needs assessment it's going to be over 30 million. I think it will. The longer you put it off, likely the more expensive it's going to be. But effectively, what we did the last time you got a police facility was issue debt on something that's comparable to an office building. For banks, if you want to issue debt on a police facility, they will treat it just the same. It is very easy to issue debt on a police facility. It's very easy to issue debt on 3 fire stations, and we better hope so because we're going to need those. There's not good collateral to issue debt on streets. So even if you wanted to use payback sales tax dollars to issue debt to do more and more streets, you're going to have to go back to the voters to get more bond authority to issue that debt and then just pay it back with the proceeds from the payback money. You can do that and get more assets more quickly rather than just paying up front for a street asset or a sidewalk asset. You can do that, but there's not a... When you issue debt on a police station or a fire station or a park asset, you can issue debt that is very comparable to your mortgage. Your mortgage at home is probably the highest debt balance that you ever issued, and your promise to repay the debt the bank gave you to build that house is your collateral. The promise to pay that back is the collateral on that debt. Works exactly the same on these assets, on a police, fire, and a park asset. But on roads aren't great collateral. You got a strip of land and asphalt. What bank wants to hold that as collateral? Prior to the 2008 economic crisis, you probably heard a lot about banks issuing debt without checking income. Mm-hmm. Post that, there are rules in place. You just can't issue debt without good collateral. A road and a sidewalk is not good collateral. So even if you want to use payback money to issue debt, you're going to have to go back to the voters, and that doesn't happen overnight. So I would not recommend you go back to the voters and ask for more debt authority prior to you using what's outstanding now, the 25 million in roads and the 4 million in parks. But 25 million is not going to go far in a list of capital needs of 371 million.
That's Stumptown Road by itself.
Yeah.
So Jackie's right. We'll have to, in future years, go back for transportation bonds. I mean, your 12 million or whatever it grows to in sales taxes, half a Stumptown Road project, so it just can't pay cash for those.
Patty is good at it. I'm enthusiastic about answering questions about this. Bobby will distribute it. Look at this document. Ask us questions privately. Let's talk about it at a future pre-meeting if you want to. Get serious about which capital projects you're willing to fund. Bobby talked some yesterday about attainable housing. You have much of the money that you've done that with already, I would term as an operating expense. If you want to increase what you're funding there, we've got to find a funding source. I don't have much more on this document, but I'm willing, if y'all want to do a Zoom call while you're driving, I'll talk more about this on the way home today.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're very early on in this stage. You hear it, sort of all the wants, needs, et cetera, from the department heads. We haven't baked all this into this spreadsheet yet. You know, as Jackie said, the CIP is in there, and it's gonna move. It's literally moved. Like I said, day before we got here, we've got to continue to plug this hone in on it so we can bring you back a better product for FY '27. We're just getting this information to start plugging it in. I don't know that we can fund all the positions that's requested. Those are things we got to figure out and bring back to you and try to hone in and seek guidance from you from tax rate, you know, on whether we're rolling in the garbage fee into the tax rate, those kind of things we will start to, chip away at and get that from you. But anything you see that, is important to you that we need to try to push up, let's talk about it. Tell you, can we push it up? Does it make sense to push up? Yes, no. That's sort of the guidance from now until June we'll be looking for to move things forward.
Cut my mic off after this one more thing. We have an incredible staff. I love working with them. We have an amazing financial advisor. And so Henry and I went to him and said, we're thinking about issuing close to $140 million in debt in 5 years. You can tell me I can't do that, right? Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. And so he has produced a financial model. He's amazing. I've worked with multiple. I believe he's the best in the business. Having said that, if you go with him to the objective, what he looks at is a debt affordability analysis. That's great. And so he will talk to us about what the impact on the tax rate might be of issuing that $147 million in debt in 5 years. Patty showed you in her PowerPoint that we have outstanding in debt right now, 76 million. If you double the amount of debt that you have outstanding in total, Jackie just goes, oh my gosh, the impact on the tax rate, that's going to be huge. There is a financial model that he has built that looks at nothing but debt affordability. It doesn't look at what you might do for years for employee raises. It doesn't look at what you might need to add in personnel. Why would you build Fire Station 5 and not fund enough employees to operate Fire Station number 5? Why would you build the rec center if you weren't going to have enough, if you weren't going to budget enough operating expenses like bill and personnel to operate that facility? All he's looking at is debt affordability. That's not bad. His suggestion is building those assets could be done for as minimizing on the tax rate for as low a number as somewhere between $0.015 on the tax rate and 2.5 pennies on the tax rate. And you better hope so if you're going to fund the personnel and operating to do that.
Okay, I have a question. So I'm looking at the CIP on 2027 full, and I'm seeing a total of 53 million. I'm not seeing, and then I see CIP major capital, I'm seeing like 5 million for 2027. Or 6, is it 6?
You mean between the worksheets?
Yeah.
Because only thing that goes to the front page is the general fund, and the payback numbers. Those two numbers, because other items are done by CRTPO or transportation bonds or park and rec bonds.
Okay.
So you won't see 52 million go to the front sheet. You'll only see the piece that's related to the general fund.
So the 6 million-ish?
Yes.
That's what we're on the hook for.
Okay, you're gonna see,
Yes.
you're gonna see these two numbers go, the 6.4 and the 12.5.
Okay.
Plus, I can just show you how this worksheet works between
I
the
think
two. I can come
was,
show you that.
Yeah,
Because
I
then we take into account purchase orders that we have currently outstanding that we haven't spent the money on.
okay,
So we say we're gonna spend that over the next 5 years.
got it.
You
So
have
we
funded
factor that in also.
You have funded a fair amount of projects that we haven't spent the money. Now, we've got to set it aside so we can meet those contractual obligations.
Yeah,
But we haven't spent it yet. So we have to assume that you're going to eventually spread that out. You,
Got it.
you didn't cut my mic when I asked you to.
And
And
what do
so,
we-
to me, there's one more thing. There's always one more thing. So FY '27 assumes we would fund 43 million total in new capital?
Yes.
And then 52, it's unprecedented that we would find that level of capital. It's hard to do a whole lot more than 12, 15 million, and so to triple it in 1 year and then do more than that the next year, we need to work on, as Anthony says, pushing projects out, or if you're committed to funding it, then we have to identify a funding source.
And Jackie and Patty do a very good job of being conservative, which is great. That's why we are in the shape that we're in, and allows us to do what we do. But I think the clear message, no matter how conservative they are, you cannot fund all these projects based on even doing like she said, you know, that you look at the tax rate and assuming 12% in the reval year and not moving the tax rate. It's, you just, I told you, $100 million in buildings, and then all these capital projects, 300, you just can't do it. So no matter how conservative they are, you may be able to get away a year, you know, not raising the tax rate, but eventually you have to.
What do we have in like just our slush fund, like savings account, unrestricted?
Oh,
Patty can pull that up.
Bobby, I don't know how to get back to that.
I think it was like,
Sorry, that's fast. No, that's right.
And so we're, you know, you'll see up here, it's not up now, but dipping in the fund balance. You know, we've talked about previous years, I may have dipped in the, we may have showed you originally, because of the way things spin, we don't spend as much, we get a grant, et cetera.
Yeah.
You know, I may have shown in previous years, I think 1 year, may have shown 15 million, you know, dip in fund balance, and we didn't. So things fluctuate throughout the year.
yeah.
We typically end up better than what we showed, what we want to do. But regardless, there's just no way we can fund these projects without pushing them out, without getting a lot more grants, without looking at tax rate increases. But I wouldn't get too hung up, like I say, in future years, because these things are gonna move and shift. And
Yeah.
we're gonna be coming back, but 27, we gotta do some work on that. And,
Okay.
Jackie's right, we don't typically fund 50-some million, it's like, more like a 15 million. So we gotta sharpen our pencil, or either the race or one, I don't know.
So we're at 27 million?
Well, the capital projects, that 7.2 number right there,
Yeah.
that's highlighted, that is truly like money that we could appropriate fund balance for. That is kind of free money or just whatever's left over. What, Jack?
It's available.
It's available, yes.
Got it.
Now, the unassigned, what that number is that's the number in our policy that says we have to keep that much money held back.
Yeah, state required.
No, the state
That's our-
requirement is the state stabilization. This number is, I take 40% of what our revenue budget was, and that's what that number is. So we hold that back.
It's a fund
based-
balance policy that
Fund
we set
balance
for
policy.
ourselves.
Okay.
That allows us to get the ratings that we do, we compare to other municipalities, et cetera. Jackie can get into the history.
That restricted subheading means some external agency has put some restriction on you and is dictating how you spend those funds.
Got it.
Committed and assigned means you as a board have chosen to do something with it. So
Okay.
could you choose to do something else with it? Sure you could. But restricted, if somebody externally put that restriction on you, you have less opportunity to decide to use it for a different purpose.
So there, we have the 27 million, and then apart from that, we have a 7 million. They're not, if I spent 7
Right.
million, we're not down to 20 million.
That you were
No,
40.
they're two separate numbers.
Two
They're
separate,
two
okay.
separate numbers, yes.
All right, sorry, trying to get
Yeah.
my small brain around all this.
Yeah, it's two separate numbers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot.
But, I mean, this tool, Jackie built this tool back when we were in Cornelius. And when she came to Huntsville, way before me, brought this tool. It's an unbelievable tool to plug every revenue, every expense into and allow you to model. And, I mean, it's a wonderful tool.
It's a scenario builder, and quite frankly, the bond rating agencies ask if you have a future plan, and so we show them this, and it's compelling. It makes it look like you're not just taking a one-year approach to the budget, and that's really important. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah.
All right.
And also, another thing to just remember, some of the projects, if we're, say it has CRTPO money, that's not money they give you up front. You have to spend the money, and then
We
you
have to
get
front it
some
and
of
get
it back.
Got it.
So,
And every agreement that we have, even with DOT, they're different. Some of them will give you funding up front, some's at the end, some of them in the middle, as you go along the way, they all different.
And so that, year 31, if your fund balance goes down to 21, whatever that number was, what Stephen's telling you is you lose your opportunity to pre-fund those grants, because you got no cash to do it with.
Got it.
Right.
Like I said, it wasn't a scare tactic, but it's really to show you what's coming, that we've got to address, and, I mean,
Okay.
it won't look the same. It's gonna change, but it has to change, but that's really what we want to talk about. We've got a few minutes, we could, hit a few topics before MJ's stomach calls him. Thank you, Patty.
Okay.
Bobby, you want to try to see if we can hit a couple of wrap-up topics? What's the first one we got on the list? Economic development? That one should be pretty quick. Stephen wants Fairhoff Drive all over again? Nah, I'm kidding.
What's wrong?
Bobby, do you have like a little slide, or we'll just talk?
Bobby's down here.
Oh, I don't see him over there.
He went out.
All right.
He ran away.
He was done.
He's like a
That's a secret.
mic drop.
It's fine. So in economic development, we just really more talk, real quick, and Bobby probably do it a little more justice, but, you recall, the Lake Norman Regional EDC, we disbanded the Lake Norman Regional EDC. That was a three-town, cooperation, Huntersville, Cornelius, Davidson. We got out of that business as we were continuing to grow. I mean, years ago, we were having problems trying to get industrial flex space and jobs here. We don't have that problem now. I mean, we have industrial flex space. We have commercial buildings going up all over town, I would say 5 to 6 million square feet, you know, on that backside of the business park. Alexandriana, all that area there, millions of square feet have gone in. Even over on 73, across from, right beside the Ambassador Church, that business park there, school, I meant to say. Just tons of economic development has been coming to town. What we want to talk about a little bit, what are we doing now that, you know, the Lake Norman Regional EDC broke up and we're doing our own thing? We're partnering with the county. Bobby's back and ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, we'll turn it over to Bobby. He's got the slides up.
Yeah, so just a couple updates on here. I'll say years ago, when the EDC was formed, it was a regional effort. I think all along we thought they would work themselves out of a job, and that's essentially what they did. We've rezoned over 1,000 acres of land for economic development. And when it was started in the early 2000s, the county wasn't really involved. You didn't have a ton of brokers with a ton of websites promoting parcels. Some of the comments that were mentioned, like Kevin, with potential economic development coming in Commerce Station, Brian alluded to it. People who own property are working with commercial brokers now. That really wasn't happening back in the day. So we still have a variety of economic development activities going on. I know the town's goals seem to have shifted to interest in seeing the downtown diversify, become a little bit more of an economic development zone, to see a variety of business, retail, restaurant activity, which that Main Street focus is a little bit different than the sort of the bigger hunting big fish, so to say, when it comes to the economic development game. We still work with the city of Charlotte. We work with Mecklenburg County, the Charlotte Chamber, the state of North Carolina. They bring us projects. But much like we talked about with the attainable housing, a project that's bringing jobs that pay $45,000, $50,000, they don't make a lot of sense if the employees can't afford to live here. Sometimes what the state sends us, they're looking for 1 million square feet, which we don't have. They're looking for 50 megawatts of electricity, which you saw our capacity challenges. We don't have that. We're not going to go after things that don't make sense for our community. So we've really become a lot more choosy when it comes to economic development. But we do continue to see, and you'll hear it said a lot, your best chances for economic development is the expansion of the companies that you do have. Like one of the recent announcements with Joe Gibbs Racing, an offshoot of that, with the defense side of things, expanding here in Huntersville. Those are the success stories we want to continue to see. Those are things we're still involved with, still working on. And so this just kind of summarizes some of where we've been, some of where we're going, where we're at, and really do want to hear kind of what the board thinks. You know, again, the downtown seems to be an area of focus. It's been suggested we might want a downtown economic development person. I would imagine that economic development person could still go out and do the business retention visits, still go out and support our existing companies. And it would be one person completely dedicated to Huntersville, as opposed to in the past, we were sharing an economic development person, an economic development staff between Cornelius and Davidson.
And the
I
county.
get it. If I could just jump in here, I know Anthony and I have had conversations about hiring a downtown economic development person to not only promote downtown, but getting those businesses to work together for events or whatever. And it wouldn't necessarily just be for downtown, but that would be the initial focus, but tying in our business community, kind of like what the chamber does, but with a heavy focus on trying to promote our downtown. Again, there are other municipalities. I know years ago, we met with the folks from Lincolnton, and they have a whole group that does, you know, promoting the businesses, looking at, you know, events. It's kind of like the New Year's Eve event, you know, those kinds of things to promote that. So I would, for me, I would think we'd want to look at somebody to move into that position.
I'd love that.
Yeah, and so, you know, I'd say our big fish now, like the industrial buildings and stuff like that, the county is sort of handling that, managed, because they used to not have their own economic development folks. Within the last 2 years, they built their own team. So that's why we kind of folded, so why don't we use those, you know, assets, those resources to do that. And Bobby's sort of our point person now, but as Nick said, and one of the things we kind of wanted to, you know, get from you guys to see, obviously, we're starting to build downtown. Not there yet, but we're making big waves there.
But imagine with something like the Holbrooks opened up, we'd already had businesses sort of queued up in interest there, and instead of them just simply going out and looking for tenants, or, hey, we've got this restaurant or whatever that is looking to move to Huntersville and fill in there.
If we go down that path, we would, you know, that person would probably do more than just downtown. As Nick said, we would probably probably pull Bobby out from, you know, working with the county, because this individual would work with the county on everything, but also, you know, focus on downtown more than, because that's never been a focus. Never had really a downtown. The regional EDC at the time never focused on anything but sort of industrial type, light industrial type businesses, not shopping centers, not downtown, none of that. So this person would sort of flex and move if we decide to do that, and do downtown and all these other things too. But it would be Huntersville focused only. So just thought out there, if that's something I want to do, then we just need to know that that is not in our, you know, budget numbers yet. That's why we're starting to have these discussions. I don't have to say today, but it's just something to think about.
Do you see a downside to having that development person for downtown?
No, I mean, they would work with all the different departments, planning, you know, sometimes we get projects, you know, hard to believe, but some people complain that planning may not be going fast enough, or, you know, or engineering may not, half the time it's them, not staff, it's, you know, one hadn't read the code, et cetera, but, you know, we use them sometimes to actually, okay, go find out what the developer's doing wrong so that we can help get through the process, so that person can help with those things too.
Okay. I think it'd be a great idea.
So just, if we can start to see what that looks like, if there's enough head shaking to say, put something together and look at it, we'll start to look at that. we'll come back with something and see what that looks like. That's really what we want to talk about there. We're getting close, but if we get a few more minutes, maybe we knock out a few more of these. So just real quick on, Town Center, RFP. Bobby, give just a super quick highlight on, what I'll call green space, and then where we can go from there.
Yep, so, at this room, I guess maybe 2 years ago, the board said, hey, let's take a run and see if there's a market or someone wants to buy that piece of property from us. All along, it was envisioned, I'll jump ahead to the picture on the next slide, the one there at the bottom, all along, the town center building where DPK is was envisioned to have a partner perpendicular to it to be 100% commercial building. So we did an RFP asking for commercial development. We got 2 responses. One was 100% commercial with a food hall, a couple restaurants, and some banquet space. But that also had a caveat that the town needed to build a parking deck. Very much like what Anthony talked about with that $8 million number for a placeholder on the CIP. It seems like that might check the box if that's a way the board wants to go. The other request we got was retail restaurant with apartments above, which was not 100% commercial, did not really meet what we were asking for. But, you know, if that's something the board's willing to consider, it would take a rezoning. But if you're willing to consider that and you still want to pursue sale of the site, we would suggest you make that clear. We make that clear in the RFP.
Yeah, so just to pick that, you know, we got those proposals back. Obviously, as we were going through that and sort of looking through those proposals, when this parking issue came up, we realized, okay, this is gonna be a problem. And we had the DPK lease. The original DPK lease had some, we'll say, parking restrictions. So that kind of made it complicated if we were gonna do something with some potential developer. Having those restrictions on that parking deck caused some problems. So when we went back and were able to renegotiate the lease with DPK, we were able to pull out those restrictions. I'm being very simplistic. But basically, now that parking deck, the parking deck that exists is free for all. When I say free for all, it's free for the public to use. There is no guaranteed so-called spaces for DPK. If they fill it up, awesome, they fill it up. If we have an event downtown, and we fill it up, awesome. There's no worries of, well, there's restrictions, so that, you know, causes problems. So now, that sort of opens it up for us to really start to focus on this green strip to take out any of those potential issues. So it's really, we're ready, because that's probably been, it's too much time. We probably need to go back out for potential new RFP. But we would like to, do you want to just have an open canvas and whatever comes back, or is it strictly commercial that you want? And I'm gonna pick on Jake. Jake's project was, had commercial on 2 floors. I think at one time it may have been a 3-story and went to two-story. I'm not a developer. I thought his project was awesome. I don't know that it is feasible, but I'm not in that game, so I probably shouldn't say that. But, you know, we're just starting to get some of the smaller businesses coming down. So if someone could pull that off, that would be impressive, I'll say. But I don't know that I'd put my dollar bill behind it.
I'd be open to either fully commercial or a mixed use. That's, I mean, because I think the market's going to dictate what's.
Yeah, we can put it out there any way you want. I guess it depends on what restrictions you want. If you say we want only 2 floors of commercial, or whatever, 3 floors of commercial, and that's all you want, that's what we put out. As you have seen in downtown, what we're getting is typical mixed use. We haven't got any fully commercial. Yeah, you get a doctor's office, you know, things like that. You may get that there. But if it's, you want like restaurant, retail, we're not seeing that yet. But it's kind of up to you. We just want some guidance. If you want blank canvas, let folks bring back whatever, and then we'll make decisions from that. That's fine.
Well, I would say at least one floor of commercial. I wouldn't want to see just like a
Yeah,
three-story apartment building there.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Just 100% apartments.
So I'll jump in. We originally put this out as an economic development possibility, so meaning that we put in the RFP that the property would be disposed of through the economic development disposal method. And that disposal method is specific to commercial or industrial. It does not make any mention of residential in that statute. Rather, if you want to sell it by private sale utilizing that disposal method, it, in the statute, in my mind, is specific only to commercial and industrial, because those are the two terms that it uses. It does not say anything about residential. So I would say if you want to be open to mixed use, we probably want to consider a different disposal method for the property. You could do an upset bid process, which allows for negotiated offers to be submitted, and those could contain mixed use, residential and commercial. And basically, you would just be evaluating whatever their proposals are when they are submitted.
Could we put restrictions on that?
You would not typically be putting deed restrictions on something that you dispose of through a negotiated offer process that is upset bid.
But we don't have to take it.
No,
Yeah.
no, we always include in the language of the upset bid resolution that the board reserves the right to reject any and all bids.
So if somebody came, let's just say, said, okay, we want to do, some kind of mixed use, and we sold it, they would have to do the mixed use, or at that point, they can do?
So we would enter into a purchase agreement, and the purchase agreement can dictate that it's for that specific proposal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of like when we did the Holbrooks all those years ago.
Yeah, I think that's the method that they actually used when North State developed that
Yeah,
property in
okay.
town.
I'd be good with that.
So just looking for guidance, don't care either way. We can go down and say we want all commercial, we'll go down that path, or we can, blank canvas it, we'll figure out which process to go down. But at the end of the day, you get to decide whether to move it forward or not, no different than the old town hall. Whatever you decide to do is ultimately, they can bring back any picture they liked and be the most beautiful thing, and at the end of the day, you can say no. So it's really just seeking guidance.
Why did we not go forward with some of the requests we received?
So we had the one from Jake. We eventually got to the price. They didn't get to the appraisal price. Eventually got to the appraisal price, but as part of that, and I don't have it in front of me, but there were all sorts of things like, we want you to build a parking deck. That was never part of the original RFP. So that changes the whole game.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you do meet the appraisal price for the land, but I gotta build a, $8 to $9, $10 million parking deck.
So above what we already have from,
Yes.
Yeah.
So because there were restrictions on the parking, we couldn't guarantee, any type of parking.
And the
So-
banks want to
But
see
now
that
there's
you've
no
got parking
restrictions on
before they give you the loan on the space. That's a big,
So we
deal.
had to say pause in that, all right, we need to at least, whatever we do, take care of the restrictions in the parking. So we finally got that done, and now we're back, able to, reconsider options, but we would probably not, there are things we'd have to work through planning, whatever, proposal we get back, how much parking is needed? Can they use a parking deck? Would we have to enter into an agreement with them? No different than, it's not gonna be a simple project. It's gonna be like Old Town Hall would be if we move forward. It's gonna have all sorts of potential restrictions, or gonna make sure you get the right product you want.
Okay.
So,
So maybe I was trying to read between the lines of what you were saying, but do you think it's realistic to do just commercial?
I don't know. I haven't seen any of those projects yet. Probably the only one that I've seen is Brian Hines' little building that he's moving forward with now. The new building is all commercial, I think.
Correct.
That's about the only one that I've seen.
Here, the folks want more bodies downtown, so take that for what it's worth.
Would be a sparkly unicorn.
And I say like when I say commercial, I'm talking retail, restaurant, that kind of stuff. Like I say, doctor's office, sure, I bet I could probably, one of these atriums or Novants or whoever, somebody would probably put up, you know, a two-story doctor's office, sure, problem. But I don't know if that's exactly what we want downtown.
And
Like, they're great, but
there may be other options now too, that we worked to remove the, parking, dedications to, DPK, because originally the lease did have a specific number that were allocated to them, and now that is not the issue, not the case anymore. Maybe you might get something different if you put it back out. I don't know, they still may need dedicated parking.
I think
but-
they were looking at 500 or 600 parking places, so for me,
Yeah.
that was a showstopper from the get-go. There's no way we could provide that. So maybe there's a different use or a smaller use or something that could work.
Well, could we open that up for
Like I say, we
proposals?
could figure out, whatever process to go down. I think if you're open to anything and everything, but if it's just, strictly commercial, then we probably need to go down the process of the economic development process. If it's residential in there, we may need to switch the process we go down. You still have final say-so no matter what we come back with. I don't know what we'll come back with. It may be just commercial on the bottom and residential above, like other stuff you've seen. I don't know. Could Preston say no on 2 floors of commercial and residential above? I really don't know what we'll get. But at least the canvas now, the restrictions are gone that may give it a little more, a few more options or maybe some better ideas.
So but I think we should figure out a plan B and kind of re-ask for RFPs, whatever scope we want, and then, kind of start over fresh now that we've kind of resolved the parking situation. And we might, and we're considering building a parking deck, but that's kind of, like, we need to build that into the ask. Right?
So
And
let
then we
me,
just decide, do we want all commercial, or do we want to include residential in there?
Emily, I'm just rambling here because obviously we haven't had much discussion, just talking, trying to get ideas. Could we seek, just requests for proposals of potential ideas and then decide what process to go down? So
So
could I
we can-
open a canvas and say, hey, we want ideas?
With what we did before, yes, because it was for economic development. But if you're just doing something that would be anything and everything, that's gonna have to follow a more standard process, because we can't do the private sale. So what we'd need to do is you would put it up and anyone could submit a proposal on their own and you could evaluate them, but it would be an upset bid process more than likely. We would still get the negotiated offer proposals because they would be providing with whatever their bid is, what they are suggesting.
So they could be commercial, all commercial, it
Yeah.
could be a mix, and then we decide what we like and figure out where we go.
Yeah, and I wasn't here at the time, but I believe that is exactly what they did with the North State development, is that they used the upset bid process and received a negotiated offer that outlined specific uses. And I think as part of their contract that they had reserved the right to approve the site plan, because that was part of the, one of the sticking points I remember with the rezoning is that they wanted a very detailed site plan, and that was a contractual obligation.
Yeah, because we went back and forth with them a few times on
So I
that.
think I'm hearing, or I think I'm seeing, hearing, open it up, let's see what we get,
Yeah.
and then we can decide from there.
I'm good with it.
All right.
And
Like I
if
said,
you've
we're
got
not
any
making
specific
decision.
requests or asks or thoughts, just shoot me an email. We'll update the documents. We'll make
If
sure
you know
we're getting what
developers
we
out
want.
there, hey, it's free for all. We want as many proposals we can get. So if you know folks from anywhere in the world, send them my way.
And I'd say, what we got in the 2 responses was largely conceptual. It wasn't firm. They were concepts.
All right, I think I'm good on that one. One more and then let's call it. We'll go eat. Bobby, let's see, well, this one I can just real quick, one of them on the list was potential FY '27 goals. What we'll do is you have the FY '26 goals now. So I will make sure if we haven't sent those out, we'll resend those to you. Okay, if you have those, then what we'll start to do is get the board to sort of start thinking, take that as your base, and I can go clean it up because some of it's already done. we can clean it up and maybe send it back to you and just mark out stuff that's been done. But use that as your base to, let's start formulating your FY '27 goals. We're not gonna solve that right here. Take hours, days, weeks. So that's all I'll say about that. We don't really need to have any more discussion on that. Mayor will sort of take the lead on that and help us sort of, and staff will work with her to work with y'all to help formulate those so we can get that done. Budget survey. Budget survey, I think Mayor was working with Pam, Ethan, trying to think who else on budget survey. I know some towns do budget surveys. I'm gonna just pick on Cornelius. They do a very small sampling of the budget survey. If this is something, and Mayor's probably talked to you some about this, if this is something you wanna do, we can obviously do that. I would say kind of keep it small. You don't want 100 questions out there because you're not gonna get anything out of it. I think Mayor and Pam, Ethan have worked on maybe some questions, a small sampling. I need y'all to just figure out if these are the questions you want, because we wanna make, if we do a survey, we want it to be valuable, not just throw something out there and be throwing it out there.
Bobby,
So-
can you go up, Anthony, he has it on the screen, this survey is on the screen.
So this is what I think staff has, with Ethan and Pam, have worked together with the mayor, and I'm sure they've pulled, and I'm putting words with Ethan, we've pulled some of this from other towns to sort of have a base.
Yep. So it just starts off with basic questions like, kind of touchy-feely, do you like where you live, why, how do you feel about where you live, where you work, do you work here, do you like that as well, do you think it's a nice place to go and play, and then it has this sliding scale here that says, like, how do you want to prioritize funding, and it has $1,000 as the cap, but that's just sort of like a theoretical thing for people just to kind of play with, like it's saying like prioritizing like 1,000 would be like the most highest priority, 500 would be medium, and it slides along there based on how people, want to fund basically. So to just help give us an idea, have them weigh in on what priorities they are. It's very similar to what Cornelius did. That's where I got the idea to do this, because they have there's a very short, and then it just kind of ends with, I think it has demographics at the end. Some couple of questions. I don't know if we need to include these questions that are commentary. That's up to, think about it. And then some demographics at the end. Where do you live in the town of Huntersville?
So what we can do, and I don't know how, like I say, we just kind of got this together, wanted to share, you may have already seen it, I'm not sure. So we can send that out to you. Let's, work together as a team, decide what you want. We've got time to ship it out. I mean, we've got a base, it's ready. Pam and Ethan knock this thing out, no problem. But just need to make sure we put out what you want. So I would say maybe next 2 weeks, Mayor.
There's a draft link, I think.
I'm going to send you our monthly communications report. I'll send you a link to this in that email too.
Yeah.
How do we get this out to people? Are we just putting it on our
This will
website?
go out on our website, in our newsletter, and on social media, Pam?
Yes, and so I think what we just wanted to make sure is that everyone is familiar with the questions prior to, and just recognize that less is more. You don't need to be super detailed in all the things that we're asking. So, and we can't possibly cover all the stuff that the town does. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mayor, but I mean, I think the goal is to just get a read from people.
Yeah.
I also want to recognize that we have 70,000 people more or less that live in the town. This is not going to be scientific.
No.
We're not going to be able to do even necessarily everything that's said. If people say, I want this done, that doesn't mean that gives them the ability that we're going to do it. So
I was just gonna say, there's gotta be clear up front,
We have
because
to set
sometimes we do these, and
expectations.
people say, I voted on this, and why didn't you do it?
Yeah,
Right.
and that's what at the top it says, the town has a limited budget, we can't do everything that you wish for. This is just trying to get a sense of what people are
Gotcha.
thinking about.
It's an opportunity for feedback, because what's going to happen is the budget process is starting now, right? But you won't pass it until May or June. So you have as a resident, you have an opportunity to attend public hearings. We will also probably do what we did in the past, which have the brew events, right? Where people can also ask questions and learn information as well. So this is one thing in an entire process. And so again, when you see the link and you review it, you'll see the intro that we put together to try to spell that out. You and I all know, people don't read, people don't understand. So again, we're trying to do this in the best way possible, but understand there's limitations to what we're going to get back, and then also to, like, you don't want to set up expectations incorrectly. So it is an opportunity for you to give us feedback. I'm not the kind of person who's like, just give me a check mark. No, please review it, take the time. If there's something missing, or if you think we're going too far, let us know.
So if the board will sort of look, obviously we're gonna send this out, look this over in the next 2 weeks, fine. I think we'll be fine. We can figure out a time, Pam, and then we'll know, when we need to send this out, but we want to get it right. If we don't want to do it, that's fine too. So you just need to tell us if this is what you want, you don't want, no problem. But this is just a tool. We're not gonna solve the world's problem with a 7 or 8, question survey, so that's not what it's about. So, hopefully you'll have it. If you don't, you will have it before the day's out. We'll check back in, Pam and Ethan will sort of check in, and we'll get it and have one last look at it and decide whether y'all want to ship it out. All right, I say we go eat. We're not gonna, unfortunately, Nick, I know you're gonna, we may have to fight on the way out the door, but we're probably not gonna solve 4-year staggered terms today.
I don't think we're gonna get to it.
But we'll maybe, if the board wants to, we can have a pre-meeting session to sort of talk about that. Just educate everyone, and then you give us direction.
Yeah.
Yep.
You already
That
have
fair?
a presentation prepared, right, Emily?
I didn't prepare a presentation. I think they had some slides from when this issue or topic came up previously. So we could use those, or,
We'll let Emily dust those off, and
Yeah, yours probably better.
we'll let her, put them in her words, but we have a basis on. So we'll set that up on the upcoming pre-meeting. We only had 2 other topics. One was parking deck, and then I think Cashin's lot. But maybe we'll go eat on the parking deck. It's really more of, we've got it in there in the FY27 budget, unless you tell us not, because it's going to take some time. It's going to be needed over behind Town Hall. It's rather we start the process. Really, the question was, some folks have mentioned, do we start the process now if it's something you're going to fund, and get a jump on trying to, start the 6-month process to get to a point where we, get in line for, contract worked out then.
I vote we start the process. That would be my vote.
Pull the Band-Aid off.
Yeah. Let's get it going. It's gonna take a while.
It's better to be proactive than reactive, so.
So I'm seeing the majority of it is saying, at least start the process.
Yep, absolutely.
That's really all I was going to talk about on that.
Okay, let's let's go.
Yeah.
You want me to try and knock that one out?
Yeah.
So on Cashin, Bobby may have a picture he can bring up real quick. So I'm gonna give the short version. We bought the site, we cleaned up the site, had storage tanks or gas tanks underground, had to clean up, had to dig up a dirt. We have some, I'm gonna call them wells or plumes or whatever, on the northeast corner, that you see some little concrete, little things sitting on top of the ground, maybe that big. There's maybe 3 or 4 out there. They were just out there last week testing them. I'm very, very high level. Bobby's gonna, bring me back down. They've tested last week. They're turned that in, sampled through DEQ to see if we need to continue to monitor that, or maybe they got it this time. If not, next step will be they'll probably come back in and what I'll call, I'm being very simplistic, pump pellets in the ground that sort of helps. There's some contamination, and I will tell you there's nothing to be worried about. It's contamination down on the groundwater, but you can go lay on the dirt, roll around, drop a sandwich and eat. You can go smoke a cigarette and drop them all around those. It's not going to hurt anything. But if we were to do something on that site, what I would tell you right now is that corner where you see those, we would not want to cover those up. We would not want to put concrete over top of those. We would want to stay away from that until we get those cleared. We may get those cleared sooner rather than later. What we have out there now, grass, and whether we want to go sodded and, you know, make it a beautiful park or put some food trucks out there or what, I'm just throwing all sorts of crap out. That's no harm. We can do that. What I would probably tell you we could do right now, if we went to build a basement and put a house there, you know, underground basement or something, or some underground parking deck, until we get that sort of squared away, I would say we probably couldn't do that, or that wouldn't be advisable. But other than that, and that's very high level, we're really looking to see where do you go next. We're gonna clean the site up. We're gonna close, what we close the site. That's our ultimate goal. There's funding available for that. We're gonna do that. But there is no harm, or we wouldn't have walking paths, we wouldn't have grass, we wouldn't have a bench out there if there was a harm of any danger. So I guess now it's, what do you want to do next? Do you really want to, sort of like we talked about for the space across the street and over by DPK Town Center, do you want to just open it up for all sorts of ideas? Probably not, you know, some two-story buildings or anything like that. It could be, you know, expansion of the park. It could be some jewel box buildings, maybe smaller little incubator jewel box buildings like you see in Burkdale, not the brewery or, you know, things, but some of the little small ones down near the movie theater. Throwing out all sorts of things. Food truck venues to cool ideas that maybe some other towns are doing in their downtowns that we haven't even seen yet.
Are we talking about something permanent? I mean, I thought we were waiting until our downtown transportation plan found out, do we need a turn lane? Do we want a traffic circle?
It will probably have some impacts on that.
I mean, I hate to sell it, put a building up, and then we have to tear it down.
It probably won't be any, like say, big buildings, and we would be, whatever we sort of throw out there is gonna be, the buildings are gonna be probably closer to, any type of food truck's gonna be closer to 760. We'll kind of keep our ideas open for roundabout. It's not gonna be anything, what I'd say, super permanent yet. They have buildings when I was just in Tampa, they had some cool commercial buildings that were already, probably call them prefab, that served the same sort of purpose, that could be movable, that were pretty cool. They had downtown, sort of, in some pocket parks. So there's all sorts of things we could do. Just kind of looking for ideas as we continue down the path of cleaning up, you know, that little area.
Because you would also need access, so we'd have to work with 760, because we're not gonna do a curb cut there.
Probably not.
Yeah, so we'd have to work on an
So
agreement.
it's gonna take some time, but if you have ideas, or if you wanna throw it out, you know, to get ideas while we're working through, you know, whatever we may have, a turn lane, a roundabout, or nothing, we can start to work on something like that. But if you're happy, Anthony, go plant some bushes and trees and keep getting it, then we'll do that too.
I'd love to see a big water feature. I told these guys, a big water feature there with some those little box stores kind of on the back corner.
We could
Yeah,
tap
we
into
can
the
do-
underground gas and maybe have like a, you know,
A
fire
fire in
pit.
water. Yeah. Do roast our marshmallows and take a bath.
I mean, personally, I like it as is. I think it adds the charm to what the town of Huntersville was and is.
For a pocket park.
For just, yeah.
It kind of, it ties into the park.
Yeah, and I think that we could do different things with like food truck Fridays or something like that.
Yeah.
But I like the open space of what we have right now. I don't
I mean,
think
we
that
would
need
make it
to-
a lot prettier than it is. I mean, this is just a temporary what we did, just to kind of create. No, I thought you did an awesome job. I mean, I thought, you know, it brought it to life and got people to thinking. And, you know,
Yeah.
people got excited. That's what you want.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that.
So if we were to do that, I think it looks great, but we would make it 10 times better.
Yeah, and I think, like 760 used it in the wintertime. They did like a holiday market, and the holiday market stretched out into it. And I heard tons of feedback.
Oh, they were the ones that,
Yeah.
People
Oh,
loved
okay.
that space became part of that, you know, kind of tied those two spaces
I mean, you'd
together.
probably
Yeah.
think MJ's Day. I mean,
Yeah.
But he does it quarterly, so he does it 4 times a year.
Yeah.
He gets a good turnout.
Yeah, and I think, I didn't see it, but I heard that it was really nice.
it was a lot, yeah, a lot of people.
So that, you know, that's always good.
I think we can get creative that way and come up with ideas and throw it out there and see what we come back with.
Bob Lemon has sent us some really good
good idea.
It is, yeah.
Why don't we just sort of, y'all throw your ideas our way, we'll get MJ sort of working on it, yeah, because he's probably gonna, won't be able to sleep for the next week now that you've told him that.
Yep,
We'll put him on it and see what he can come up with.
Someone said they need a carousel downtown.
I did. I love a carousel. Don't get me wrong.
I think.
Sparkly unicorn.
I know you feel like- anything else to add to that?
No, just, I know cost is always a concern. The state has a trust fund for cleaning up these sites. We're hitting that trust fund. We're getting reimbursed for what we're spending, so that's a good thing.
Okay.
All right, we're done. Again, everybody, thank you. Sorry we ran over. Well, we didn't run over, but we maybe ran over lunch, but we're done.
That's good.
So,
We need to officially adjourn.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
Second.